Chapter 1103 Philosophical Clash. Khutulun wore a blue deal with designs of a black wolf, a golden sash around her waist, and a headdress with colorful beads and buttons perfectly intertwined with her long hair. She exuded an aura of beauty, grace, and power. Meanwhile, her brother Taoyui wore red and gold monk robes, had a bald head, and clasped his hands together. He had a more peaceful aura with a well-hidden fierceness. His arm was slightly muscular for a monk, which only accentuated his warrior subaura. Ba, said Feng Heng, remaining calm after these intruders essentially attacked him. He looked at Taoyui and said, "Venerable, is this necessary? We are monks, so why resolve to use violence to solve our issue?" "I also don't want to use violence, but I don't have a choice," Taoyui replied. "We cannot disobey the commerce's hub orders. You know of the rumors about His Majesty. Do you think something really happened to him? Why did you choose the losing side in this battle? If nothing happens to him, why hasn't he shown up?" "Because he's playing chess with the entire world," Feng Heng explained calmly. "That's why our people are willing to follow him and fight in this war that seems hopeless by all accounts. We know as long as we follow him, we will be the final winner. Unfortunately, we do not have this kind of blind faith." Feng Heng looked at him briefly before shifting his eyes to Khutulun. "Shadow Monarch Empress, why don't you be the voice of reason and stop your brother?" "Monk, don't waste your time," replied Khutulun. "Since we chose to walk this path, we will see it through to the end. They've been a duo since she was young, with his brother being the brain and she being the muscle. So she usually left all the decisions to him, even if she sometimes disagreed." Feng Heng exhaled deeply, not hiding his frustration. So he said, "Why don't we stop this nonsense? This poor monk knows you chose this path because you don't want to partake in the public dharma discussion." Taoyui frowned. "Since you know the truth, why beat around the bush?" "I just wish Venerable would come to his senses," replied Feng Heng. "Your new branch is susceptible to corruption, and I merely wish to prevent any future accidents." "You want to talk about corruption after what you guys did throughout the lower dimension?" sneered Taoyui. "We have made a mistake and atoned for it. Now we just do not want to repeat it." "You're so righteous, aren't you?" asked Taoyui mockingly. "Tell me, if I decide to make a deal with you now to trust me and give me some time to develop, and before ascending, I will ensure to live measures to prevent corruption. Would you accept it?" "Of course. Without the public Thermon debate or your interference." Feng Heng was silent. "There it is," sneered Taoyui. "What you want is to establish your prestige to ensure your branch of Buddhism is the mainstream." "Ba," chanted Feng Heng. "I may be a Buddha, but also a man with desires and ambitions. I've spent my life for the revival of Buddhism, and I cannot allow uncontrollable variables that may cause the previous suffering." Feng Heng slowly stood up from the floor. "Finally showing your true color," sneered Taoyui. "And you've never hidden your ambitions," countered Feng Heng. Their eyes met, followed by their aura, which twisted the surrounding space. "Luckily, they have evacuated all the civilizations and weak cultivators. This poor monk does not want to kill unnecessary lives," said Feng Heng. "Your world should have a void battlefield. Let's fight there." "Very well." Khutulun waved his hand to open a portal, and Feng Heng entered after checking for traps. He found himself in a large space with a very sturdy space. Boom! A magnificent flame rushed toward Feng Heng. And this was not an attack, but the result of this battlefield's environment. Feng Heng activated his awakening, manifesting as a black and white mandala floating behind him. Taoyui's awakening was a red mask making a fierce look, and Khutulun had shadow wings. Suppress Feng Heng's Proving Tao artifact, a golden prayer bead necklace, floated above those two, releasing a terrifying pressure to suppress them. Thousands of shadow tentacles rushed from Khutulun's body to strike the bead necklace, but it was useless. Luckily for her, Taoyui's arrow came to assist her. The bead trembled but remained steady. Then, a golden palm descended from the sky to suppress these two even more. A shadow covered the two siblings, and they disappeared from their location. Shadow Wind Arrow. An invisible array rushed toward Feng Heng with immeasurable speed. However, such a tactic was useless to someone with yin-yang eyes, so he casually raised his hand to catch and crush the arrow. Buddha's travel. The Buddha has escaped the physical limitation of his body and the material world. His mind is everywhere, so he can be everywhere. With one step, Feng Heng appeared before them and slapped his palm, releasing a powerful force that sent those two flying. They crashed into a thunder zone in this void battlefield, almost injuring themselves a second time. Luckily, Taoyui used a divine ability to grant them immunity from elemental damage. Shadow creature. Two shadowy creatures appeared behind Khutulun, one with hands made of curved blades and the other with spikes on her torso, back and legs. They appeared next to Fen Heng and tried to hack him into pieces. However, a golden light swiftly dissipated their bodies. Yin-Yang closing disc. Two Yin-Yang symbols appeared above and below the siblings, trying to crush them into meat paste. And this time around, Khutulun could not use shadow teleportation. As the pressure loomed on them, Khutulun had a brilliant idea, and she disappeared from the trap. Did she use the ancient spirit realm as the medium for her teleportation? Her battle IQ is better than I expected, thought Feng Heng looking in the distance. Fake nirvana. Feng Heng clasped his hand, and his body released a holy light. The barbarian siblings suddenly looked dazed with a dream smile. It was like they were in an ultimate state of happiness. In some ways, that's exactly what they were feeling. Peaceful, blissful, and liberated from the cycle of life and death. The siblings were enjoying the joy of achieving nirvana and obtaining the ultimate liberation of the mind. As Feng Heng was about to seal them, a light rushed out of Taoyui's head before turning into an enormous black figure with a bare upper torso, dragon head, and 1,000 arms. The figure released a fierce and warlike aura. This is... Feng Heng's yin-yang eyes rotated, and he saw the truth. This was a god created from incense by Taoyui, so that his followers could visualize and accelerate their path to enlightenment. Feng Heng sighed as one of his concerns proved to be correct. The deity, which this new branch of Buddhism created, is a warrior type, thus already starting their path of putting power above studying and comprehending the Dharma. The siblings escaped the illusion of achieving nirvana with the summon of this deity. Meanwhile, tattoos appeared on Khutulun's body as she summoned her ancient spirit, the shadow snake wolf. The angry punishing deity slapped Feng Heng with all his thousands of arms, each striking so fast that it appeared not to have moved. Simultaneously, the wolf's snake tail disappeared, heading for Feng Heng's throat. A yin-yang shield appeared to protect Feng Heng, bouncing off all the deity's powerful strikes. Even the sneak attack of the wolf's tail failed. A golden Buddha appeared behind him with thousands of hands, and he retaliated. The angry punishing deity tried to keep up as it boosted its speed even further. Sadly, Feng Heng's 1,000-hand Buddha was too fast due to his yin-yang Dao, which controlled speed and slowness. Khutulun tried to assist by blessing the deity with her shadow power, making many of his hands invisible, and allowing them to teleport through a shadow dimension. The attempt was futile as the golden Buddha landed blow after blow. Feng Heng even gathered the natural disasters in the void battlefield to bless his attacks with certain elemental properties. Some of his hand strikes contained flame, ice, thunder, etc. The deity roared in pain and anger as it had never felt so insulted. The anger seemed to trigger some hidden power, and its aura increased. Its black skin or body turned shades of red, and it grew dozens of eyes in its dragon head. Buddha has no form and is empty, but this appearance is almost demonic, muttered Feng Heng, shaking his head. Return to your root. Absolute beginning magic. As soon as he uttered these words, the deity's body began to disintegrate as it returned to its original state, a state of non-existent. Damn it, cussed Taoyui. He had spent so much time and resources to condense this powerful deity, and now all his efforts were wasted. Veins appeared on his bald head. Calm down, said Khutulun. We need to go all out, or we won't stand a chance against him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. For the Khutuluns. I call upon the ancestors of the Khutulun tribe. Guide and protect from this mighty foe, declared Khutulun. As soon as she uttered these words, the void battlefield had a subtle shift. A wing suddenly blows all the disaster around the siblings, bringing a cool atmosphere. 11 people of different sizes and sexes appeared. Although they were tall and physically intimidating, some more than others. These summoned barbarians looked at Khutulun, and an elderly one with extreme muscles said, "You're the one who summoned us?" "Yes, tribe leader." "So you're the 12th? Does that mean the Emperor curse should activate?" "Wait." The elderly man turned to Taoyui. "The 13th? And in one generation? The lower dimension is experiencing turmoil, so things are complicated," explained Taoyui. "That would explain why you're a monk," nodded the elderly, who was the tribe's first great emperor and the first person to hold the title of Khutulun. "I have no issue with you being a monk, but don't use it to shackle the mind of our people." "I would never," replied Taoyui. "What about your descendants and heirs?" "I will ensure this never happens." "I'll trust you," nodded Khutulun one before glancing at Feng Hung. "You call us to deal with a mighty foe, so let's concentrate on the task at hand." He frowned as he realized the severity of this situation. Their enemy had reached the lower end of the five-fold battle realm, while his two descendants only had peak three-fold, Khutulun, and middle three-fold. "This won't be easy," he said to the others. Meanwhile, Feng Hung was observing everybody. Are those the former emperors of the Khutulun tribe summoned as ancient spirits? Given how the power system of this world worked, it made sense for them to do this. Feng Hung decided to go all out for this battle, and end it as soon as possible. A golden figure appeared above him before fusing with his body, turning him into a golden monk. "Was that a golden body of merit?" asked Khutulun 4. A woman dressed in animal pelts with a dead lion coat hanging above her shoulder. She was beautiful with a natural, wild and fierce aura. "It does look like it, but the aura is different," added Khutulun 4. A man 3 meters tall who wore armor covering his wrists, fists, and boots but bared his torso. "It's not a real golden body of merit," said Khutulun 3, the first eternal emperor of the Khutulun tribe. He was tall but skinny, but no one would underestimate him because of his stature. That's because he was born with divine strength. At age 3, he killed an ordinary bear with one punch, and at age 9, he killed a Tier 1 demonic beast without even cultivating. What is it then? I don't know, I just know my intuition tells me it's not the real thing. He summoned it from the future, said Khutulun 5, a tall woman with all black deal and a headdress that made her look like it was 2 snakes frozen on both sides of her shoulder. However, her most eye-catching feature was her heterochromatic eyes, gold and silver. She was a legend in the tribe because she was a pseudo-emperor, and because she once ripped those eyes from a silver-gold tiger, an innate creature, during an outing in a secret dimension from the old era. The future? He has the potential to condense a body of merit but hasn't gathered enough merit. So he used a time-based spell to summon it from the future, or a potential future. The enemy might be more troublesome than we anticipated, said Khutulun 2, a middle-aged man in a loose, bland black robe who concealed his powerful physique. He appeared to intentionally reduce his aura and presence. Ancestors, you were known for your wisdom. Do you have a plan? Asked Khutulun, who became number 12. I do, replied number 2. Before I reveal, am I to understand you know many divine abilities? Yes, nodded Toliu. Can you? No problem. Then here is the plan, said Khutulun 2. After this quick exchange, everyone prepared for this battle. Khutulun 8, the only member of the group who practiced a professional Tao, blessed everyone with divine runes, talismans. Then Khutulun 1 and 4 rushed toward Feng Hung. The tribe's founder practiced power Tao, so his fighting style was direct and aboveboard. He punched his opponent with the force of 1,000,000 great thousand worlds, exploding simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The attack did nothing to Feng Hung as a golden light around his body blocked all these attacks. Even when number 3, who cultivated weapon Tao, summoned 2 massive hammers and joined on the offensive. Feng Hung punched the elderly man in the face and kicked number 4 in the stomach, sending them flying away. Then 2 flying and invisible arrows appeared out of nowhere, hitting vital parts. Feng Hung frowned despite not being injured. Looking at the source, he saw Taoyui, with Khutulun 9 and 10, each holding a bow and arrow. However, this was his focus as he turned to look at Khutulun 8 and 5. The Khutulun and the talisman maker blessed the arrow, But the main reason my eyes didn't detect it was because of this woman with divine eyes, summarized Feng Heng. He pushed his eyes to the limit before using Buddha's travel to rush to this particular group. He considered the woman a major problem and headed directly for her. However, Khutulun III rushed to stop him, exchanging blows and forcing him to take a few steps backward into the void. Power Dao? No, he's a pure body refiner and seems exceptionally talented, thought Feng Heng. The flesh is a poison, and the only path to freedom is a spiritual practice. Feng Heng uttered these words with his lotus tongue technique, and the latter's flesh began to rot. Khutulun III reacted swiftly as his body turned red, countering this technique. However, Feng Heng took this opportunity to temporarily seal him inside a black and white energy shield. He continued toward this threat, and once he was close to their destination, he did something that surely surprised the group. Feng Heng suddenly teleported to the group of archers and unleashed a devastating palm attack. Khutulun 9 and 10 had no chance to respond and exploded into spiritual particles. Taoyui was bleeding, but he did escape from Feng Heng's vicinity. Feng Heng did not pursue him but looked at Khutulun 11 and said, "Vile things vanish from my sight." Omicronim Khutulun 11 was the shortest of the group and had a pale, almost sickly complexion. That's because his main Tao was poison and curses, which ruined his body in his early years. He never changed it after proving the Tao. When Feng Heng uttered these words, 11 knew he was done for. The golden body of merit is more efficient against vile things like poison, curses, or anything evil or demonic, which are foundations for his Tao. So a golden light descended from the heavens and purified him into oblivion. "Damn it, does he know our plan?" asked number 4. "Possibly." "No, he doesn't," reassured Khutulun II. "He just has a terrifying battle experience, which is odd given he's a monk. However, his aura is more ancient than normal, so that might be the cause." Khutulun knew of the dream world and its effects, but she also knew this was not the time for this kind of conversation. "What's next?" "The plan remains the same. Just be more careful." Khutulun 1, 3, and 4 became the vanguard. Khutulun fused with her wolf, boosting her strength, before turning invisible, and Khutulun 5's eyes glowed and released golden chains to provide support. Feng Heng frowned as he sensed danger. "Her chains are targeting my weak points," he thought before evading. The other heavy powerhouses followed him closely, not leaving a chance to breathe and react. Pshh. Although the sound was small, somehow, everyone heard it and momentarily paused. As they checked with their divine sense, they saw another Feng Heng appearing behind Khutulun II and plunging his hands on his chest. The second Khutulun looked at his rapidly dissipating body before saying calmly, "Continue the plan." He disappeared, not even batting an eye on his demise. Feng Heng did not dissolve his Yin clone, and had the latter rush toward the talisman maker team. Khutulun 5 activated her eyes, and a moon manifested above them, releasing a light that dissolved the clone. "I see. Her eyes are just another version of the yin-yang eyes," thought Feng Heng. Gold symbolizes yang, and silver is often associated with yin. Feng Heng knew that heavenly physiques were mainly human concepts. It's rare for demons or any creatures with a powerful bloodline to have a heavenly physique. So it's possible that Heavenly Tao modeled some of these physiques from the bloodline of the demon race, or in this case, innate life forms, since they are the original demon race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105 True Buddhism. Feng Heng remained calm before manifesting black and white chains to counter Khutulun 5's while also dealing blow-to-blow with numbers 1, 3 and 4. Khutulun 7, the woman with the lion pelt, stood in the distance, roaring at him, thus releasing a powerful shockwave attack. In-world strike. While Feng Heng was dealing with more than 4 opponents, he had already used a secret attack and just waited. Then 2 black spears appeared out of nowhere. One impaled Khutulun 7, and the other attacked the talisman maker. Khutulun 7 practiced beast Tao and had an abnormal beast-like instinct, but it was too late for her to react. Like every emperor in the myriad emperor world, Feng Heng studied all the battles from this generation's heaven will. So he once noticed one of Wang Just techniques where she entered a two-dimensional space. Intrigued, he created his own version by entering the Yin dimension or the Yin world, a place outside the material world where Yin and Yang are not balanced. On the contrary, only Yin exists. He sent his attacks on that world to sneak attack his opponent. Feng Heng calmly watched the result of his actions. Number 7 died with a shocked expression, while number 8, the talisman maker, only injured her shoulder as number 6's eyes detected something at the last minute to save her. Swish. Khutulun 12 appeared out of nowhere and stabbed Feng Heng in the back. However, her dagger could not penetrate his golden body protection. However, she seemed rather calm by this fact. As Feng Heng was about to take action, he sensed something attacking his soul. As expected, Khutulun's attack was from the shadow of his soul. However, this technique was useless to him, as he had seen it during her fight against Su Shi during the Guxian trial. He would not fall for something he was already aware of. Feng Heng slightly underestimated Khutulun 12. After so many years, how would her technique not evolve? The shadow of the soul was just the beginning, as her attack also contained the Buddhist shadow. However, it was not the ordinary shadow that a human figure created. No, it was deeper than this. Her technique involved the idea that even the atoms in a body have their own shadow, and she controlled them to attack her enemy from the inside. He targeted their essence. Such a brilliant move, and Feng Heng's mistake should have been the opportunity to wound her opponent severely. Sadly, Khutulun 12 or anyone in this battle underestimated the defense of a golden body of merit, even the future possibility one, and of the lowest levels. The golden light around Feng Heng's body appeared on every atom of his body to protect him. "Do it now," said Khutulun 12, whose attack failed. She ordered the others who had already surrounded Feng Heng to move, and they all activated the talisman secretly sealed inside their bodies. The talisman formed a magic circle above Feng Heng, sealing all his movements. "Brother!" yelled Khutulun 12, and Taoyui braved into action. World Sin Corruption. He used a divine ability to summon all the sins or negative karma of the ancient spirit world and forcefully imbue them into the enemy's body. The plan was to corrupt Feng Heng, thus destroying his golden body of merit. The corruption should also be enough to ruin his body and soul, leading to his defeat in this battle. "This plan is stupid. I'm a monk, so purifying sins is second nature to me," he commented, calmly looking at the group as his body contained dark and red grievances. "I'm not stupid, so would I know such a simple and obvious fact?" sneered Taoyui. "However, even you cannot bear the sins of an entire heaven will that has existed for countless Yuan epochs. You have underestimated what I suffered before I succeeded in reviving Buddhism," Feng Heng said calmly. "Run away," yelled Khutulun 5, but it was too late. Golden Karma Lotus Flame. A golden flame enveloped Feng Heng, purifying all the sins. The flame spread, instantly killing Khutulun 1 and 4, and severely injuring number 3. "Omicronim, no, this can't be," said Taoyui, refusing to accept that someone could survive such terrible karmic sins, let alone purify them. Khutulun 4 suggested, "We must do something, or we will lose this battle once he finishes." "I have a plan," said Khutulun 12. "We forced all the hidden Emperor Dao imprints from the spirit realm into his body, forcing them to confront each other." Everyone frowned. Khutulun 5 said, "The spirit realm contained many ancient secrets. Do you think it's wise to mess with these people?" "I agree with her. Doing such a thing could have repercussions on the world and the tribe," added Khutulun 3. "But if we don't do anything, we know for a fact the tribe won't survive," added Taoyui, taking his sister's side. "This plan can deal with the enemy while also helping the world get rid of these scourges, hiding themselves and waiting for the perfect opportunity to revive and cause chaos," persuaded Khutulun 12. "As for the consequences, we will deal with them then." Khutulun 3 sighed. "You're this generation's leader. We're only spirits left to support you. Since that's your decision, I will help you." The others looked at each other before agreeing. They immediately accessed the spirit realm and searched for hidden imprints before forcing them into Feng Heng's body. The imprints resisted, but there were only imprints, and only a few could use a full attack from their prime, so their resistance was futile. The team's greatest trouble was finding these hidden marks from the normal spirits. Some spirits were truly powerful, and it was not worth angering some of them. So, the team had to choose wisely while working with extreme haste. Feng Heng immediately felt it when the first imprint entered his body, but he did not care. He had absolute faith in his purification ability, and used his Tao imprint to fight off these imprints. Feng Heng considered this fight a will-tempering experience. The battlefield shook lightly, and the sin stopped pouring. The team discovered their plan had failed, and continuing was useless. Taoyui looked at Feng Heng with gritted teeth. Khutulun 12 was silent, and the remaining spirits sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was looking at a white crystal floating before him, releasing white light. A physical manifestation of very condensed and purified positive karma? Interesting, thought Feng Heng as he observed the crystal. This should be very beneficial for my body training. He put away the crystal before looking at the survivors. Do you want to continue this pointless fighting? We're not given up because you have the advantage, replied Taoyui. The battle does not end until we are all dead, added Khutulun 12. Ba, sighed Feng Heng before going on the offensive. The result was as expected. He slaughtered the injured number 3 and swiftly eliminated the talisman maker, number 8. Sealed number 5 with the intent to fuse this spirit with her yin-yang eyes, and captured Khutulun 12 and her brother. What do you want with us? Asked Taoyui. You know what I want. I will never help you, declared Taoyui. I'm even prepared to watch you slaughter all my believers and people. I won't help you even if it's the only thing to save my life. I know that's your hurt pride that's speaking, Feng Heng said calmly. Once you calm down, we will discuss with a more rational mind. Taoyui looked at him fiercely. Men have committed worse acts while acting on pride. So, as I said, you can kill everyone. Isn't that what you wanted? The rise of Buddhism, but curated through your wants and desires? Feng Heng did not immediately say anything. Instead, he looked in the distance with a peaceful aura. I've always thought that Buddhism and cultivation should never be intertwined. The power we acquire always interferes with our practice. We get entangled in the cultivation world's desires for benefits and power. We care too much about our ideology's prosperity instead of focusing on our spiritual practice and helping as many people as possible. If we do not have power, others will oppress and even persecute us, rebutted Taoyui. Yes, that is the excuse used to justify why we need power, said Feng Heng calmly. But is that true? Why not practice a system of minimal power, where only a few people practice cultivation to protect the collective while the rest focus on becoming enlightened? Isn't it obvious? The people with the power can easily abuse it, sneered Khutulun, and Taoyui nodded in agreement. If they were true monks, why would they care about their power, let alone abuse it? The two became quiet. Those chosen guardian monks should know why they have this power and what their duty is. Their position should be temporary before another group takes over. Then, they will abandon their cultivation to focus on their practice. Your idea sounds good on paper, but there are too many flaws upon closer look. Like what? Like lifespan. How are we supposed to achieve enlightenment without the long lifespan of cultivation? You have no idea how much mortals can achieve in their short, limited time, replied Feng Heng, shaking his head. Moreover, you failed to see my point. We could use cultivation to increase our lifespan and help us with our practice. We just won't use them for power and strength. Furthermore, true enlightenment is about cultivating the self and the mind. We don't need to focus on the laws of heaven and earth. We should focus more on the inner self. Cultivate from the inside out, instead of from the outside in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106 Spiritual Transcendence. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he watched the result of Feng Heng's battle. He had caught an idea and was trying to extrapolate from it before it left his mind. Enlightenment. Spiritual practice. Buddhism, Taoism, or any religion or philosophical ideals or pursue, he thought. Is it possible to achieve transcendence through spiritual practice alone, without cultivating shenanigans? Would a monk who has achieved nirvana or a Taoist priest who became one with the Tao escape the shackles of the universe and achieve transcendence? Those questions appeared simple, but were more complex than they appeared on the surface. For example, could someone like Maitreya be said to have achieved nirvana in her spiritual practice? Not necessarily, thought Wang Wei. She achieved the part about escaping the shackles of samsara, and even death entirely, but what about the part of achieving ultimate peace and freedom? Has she transcended suffering or attachment? It's obvious that her state of mind has come close to these ideals, but she is still tethered by the state of Buddhism as a religion and the intricate relationship of the cultivation world, which often involves endless struggle, death, and suffering. I could argue her achievement of nirvana is flawed, and she needs the cultivation aspect of Buddhism to make up for it. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Feng Heng might be right. The true path of Buddhism and Taoism in the cultivation world might be to use cultivation as secondary to spiritual practice. They use their longevity to pursue their spiritual practice, and the end zone of this path might be transcendence. Wang Wei had many more thoughts. For example, Buddhism's spiritual practice seemed linked to mind or soul Tao, but that was untrue. If their main focus is to practice from inward instead of starting from outward, spiritual practice might be similar to the true power Tao realm, where there is no need to understand any law or Tao but purely focus on the mind to reach height on par with any cultivators. In other words, their practice is a path of power and transcendence that is not very much affected by foreign aid or grand Tao, just like body refining. Their situation might be even better as grand Tao has not interfered with the spiritual practice path, as it did with body refining path, deduced Wang Wei, who suddenly paused. Unless it did and I just did not know about it. He considered the possibility that most monks and Taoist priests in the chaos universes followed the same path as Maitreya in supreme unity instead of Feng Heng, because of Grand Tao's scheme. It's also possible that Grand Tao has also regulated the spiritual practice path, just like the flesh tribulations of the true power Tao realm, analyzed Wang Wei. Regardless if this is true, Feng Heng might have unknowingly begun his journey toward transcendence with these thoughts. But he doesn't know it yet, concluded Wang Wei. He smirked. I should tell him to see how things go. He wanted to summon Feng Heng to talk immediately, but stopped himself. It might be best to be prudent. Feng Heng had these thoughts but has not acted on them. He must also consider the ramifications of revealing such information, as it could trigger Grand Tao or some other entity's gaze. The best option is to wait until I've determined whether Maitreya is trustworthy, run this idea by her, and then tell Feng Heng. After all, I am a novice in Buddhism, and my idea might just be nonsense. Wang Wei calmed down, deciding not to rush. Then another thought flashed in his mind. Assuming my thoughts are correct, what would happen to Gautama, the creator of Buddhism, who achieved true nirvana without cultivation on earth? Not just him, but any monks who succeeded in a place like the prehistoric world? Any normal thing becomes complicated once it occurs in the prehistoric world, because of their strange relationship with the rest of the chaos universe and Grand Tao. Wang Wei shook his head as he had too little information to make any decent theories or conjectures. It might be a good idea to be more involved in Buddhism, study and learn from it, he muttered. The Buddhist path of spiritual practice did not suit him in achieving transcendence. The idea of following one doctrine or school of thought ran counter to his way of life and goal. However, Buddhism does wish to achieve freedom, just not in the same way as him. As such, he could learn from them to help with his goals and ambitions. So Wang Wei decided to take his title of honorary Buddha more seriously. Of course, he will also study Taoism and other religions and practices to learn from all of them. Star Beast World Community. As soon as the battle started, everyone had an opponent. Ji Lanfang calmly looked at the 5 people before him. 2 Eternals and 3 Pseudos. He sipped his wine one last time before putting it away. Glancing at these people, he noticed something. They've all been blessed with talismans to increase their reflexes and defense. Were they created to counter my speed? What do I call you? Asked Ji Lanfang. Void Mirror Emperor. Red Bolt Emperor. Blue Streak Emperor. Mountain Fist Emperor. Iron Skin Emperor. So 1 for instant movement, 1 for distant attack, 1 for speed, 1 for close combat, and 1 for defense, thought Ji Lanfang. realizing that whoever chose these individuals as his opponent did so thoughtfully. He wondered whether everyone in Wang Wei's alliance was similar. Given the Commerce Hub's information-gathering ability, it should be expected, Ji Lanfang. The Hub was probably preparing for this attack for a while, given how fast they mobilized their troops after Wang Wei's supposed disappearance. Well, I am. We know who you are, said Void Mirror, a young man with eyes that resembled glasses. Despite his humanoid appearance, he was a spirit race, a mirror who gained sentience, to be specific. That's why he can use such Tao as space despite it being an outlaw in his world. I know, but I did not want to appear arrogant, replied Ji Lanfang casually. Who knew swordsmen could be funny, said Iron Skin. That's right. You guys are usually fucking your swords or preparing them to be fucked, added Blue Streak, making the others, except Void Mirror, laugh or chuckle. Ji Lanfang's lips twitched. Just so you know, you'll be the first to die because of those words. You think I'm scared of you? Enough with this nonsense, said VOD Mirror, the obvious leader. We came here for a task, not to chit-chat. Remember the plan and execute it like your life depended on it. They nodded before Blue Streak rushed forward. He lived up to his name, leaving a blue streak in his path, and moving with unmatched speed toward his opponent. Blue Streak's cruel smile made his small, beady eyes even tinier as if he had closed them. All he thought about was how much he would play with his opponent before finishing him. Ha! Why am I looking at my own body? Thought the Blue Streak Emperor. No, that can't be my body since it's missing a head. Then something dawned on him. Impossible. I have a top-tier Speed Emperor talisman that perfectly fits my speed Tao. How could someone be faster than me? He tested it, and his speed reached an unbelievable level, so how could he die so quickly? And without even realizing he was cut? Those thoughts became Blue Streak's last one as his soul dissipated between heaven and earth. Damn it! Cursed the Void Mirror Emperor. The Commerce Hub specifically granted him a pair of heavenly eyes, so he could one day deal with Ji Lanfang. However, even with their powers, he barely saw that sword, let alone react to save Blue Streak. Use your passive domain ability, ordered Void Mirror. It's pointless, said Ji Lanfang in a calm voice that seemed passive-aggressive. However, he was just telling the truth. Unless these people were close to him in strength, had a unique Tao, and knew how to utilize it, this technique was useless to him. Damn you bastard, roared Iron Skin. His body turned metallic before he rushed forward. He saw a flash of light, and like Blue Streak, he saw his headless body as his head floated in the empty void. Then his soul scattered between heaven and earth. How is that possible? Asked Mountain Fist with gritted teeth. According to their investigation and calculations, Ji Lanfang should be one of their greatest threats after Wang Wei. He's labeled above Su Shi and everyone else. They don't know much about Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Yu Yan. Ji Lanfang looked at him. He would not tell these people he had improved drastically while training in the swordsmanship world after incorporating the essence of all these unparalleled swordsmen into his sword Tao. You're next, he declared. A mirror suddenly appeared before Mountain Fist to reflect or counter the attack. However, it was still not fast enough as the latter's body split into millions of parts, including his soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107 Brainwashed. The Red Bolt Emperor, a middle-aged man with a fierce face and dark red spiky hair, changed his surroundings, turning them into a domain full of his red bolt. A combination of lightning and disassembling Tao, Ji Lanfang found himself in a strange space. An unknown force constantly tried dismantling him into his fundamental parts, atoms. His soul resisted the urge to return to the natural energy between heaven and earth. He swung his sword to cut off the void, but that force dismantled his speed into countless slower slashes, thus achieving the feat of decreasing his speed. Swish! A bolt of red lightning rushed toward Ji Lanfang, and he countered it with a fast sword slash. However, he missed since he was not fast enough, and his body had to move independently to evade. This technique divided his speed, which could be considered one of his counters. Red bolt fired or lightning bolts rushed toward him when he saw the first test was successful. However, Jilanfang raised his speed, barely managing to block these attacks. The Void Mirror Emperor, observing from the side, raised his hand to fire a blue light into his partner's body. Red bolt's aura suddenly increased along with his power. The dismantling aspect of his Tao became more efficient, further dividing Jilanfang's speed, and his lightning bolt's speed drastically increased. Sword stacking skill. Hundreds of afterimages appeared behind Jilanfang, each swinging their swords before fusing with his body. Then with one slash, he cut off thousands of lightning bolts. By stocking countless sword slashes, his speed reaches another level. After realizing this change, the Red Bolt Emperor's face changed, so he went all out. In his domain, every subatomic particle was a red bolt traveling at speed countless times faster than light. However, Jilanfang remained standing without any change. He moved so fast to deal with these bolts that it appeared he had not moved. The Void Mirror Emperor raised his hand to send another blue light into his body, further boosting his stats, but it was useless. Jilanfang took one step to appear before his opponent and slash his sword. A mirror blocked his attack, even trying to rebound it. However, his method of stacking attacks allowed him to slash through it. Red Bolt took this opportunity to summon pure white armor. Clink. Jilanfang's sword hit his opponent with no result. An entire armor composed of infinitum? Asked Jilanfang, not hiding his surprise. The Commerce Hub is truly rich beyond comparison. Infinitum is considered the hardest tier 10 metal, even having the indestructible label in its tier. This kind of resource is considered rare even in the upper dimension. Yet these people had enough to make an entire suit of armor. We've been preparing for this war for a long time, and will do anything to eliminate all of you who dare to resist our power, Red Bolt sneered. A staunch loyalist, huh? Said Jilanfang calmly. Why didn't you have such vigor when Wang Wei was here? Does that even matter? He's gone and we're the final winner. We can even write history as we see fit, Red Bolt countered. Jilanfang shook his head. Did I say something wrong? It's obvious that you people have been in power for too long and have become too comfortable, Jilanfang replied. What does that even mean? The Red Bolt Emperor felt this man was speaking nonsense. They've always been careful, so how come they have become complacent, according to him? Let me ask you. Why hasn't the Commerce Hub spread to every corner of the lower dimension? We have spread to a third of the lower dimension. That's more than enough, as being too large is not necessarily good. That's just what you say to people, but according to your history, you've tried expansion many times, but each time has failed for various reasons. So, isn't it obvious why? Your destiny is not enough to become a larger force. And one of the fundamental rules of luck or destiny is whatever goes up must come down. Are you insinuating that this war is the beginning of our waning destiny? The start of our luck backlash? That's ridiculous. Is it? You've ruled for far too long. During the early stages, your existence prompted the development and growth of the lower dimension, so you had true heavenly Tao's blessings. But now, your strict hierarchical structure has become a cancer in the world as a few individuals ruthlessly exploit everyone else for their own benefit. So true heavenly Tao has decided it's your time to either change or be destroyed. You're talking nonsense again. Our existence has allowed worlds to exchange knowledge, resources, cultures, and communication. We've elevated the lower dimension's strength, not exploited it. Do you truly believe so? Of course. As an eternal emperor, couldn't you observe the Commerce Hub's chi luck and see its deterioration? Jilanfang asked, extremely baffled. It was one thing if the opponent was fighting purely for its benefit and preserving his way of light, but another when he truly believed something so absurd. I saw it, and it was perfectly intact. Is that so? Said Jilanfang, deciding it was pointless to discuss this blind idiot who was somehow brainwashed to such an extreme. In hindsight, he has to praise the Commerce Hub for such an achievement. After all, no one who can become an eternal emperor is an idiot. In that case, let's agree to disagree, Jilanfang said, ending this conversation. Fine by me. The Red Bolt Emperor raised his hand to summon two deep red lightning bolts before rushing forward. He was more confident in himself with an armor that provided maximum defense. Swish. The Red Bolt Emperor saw a white flash of light, and before he could even form a thought, he saw his body as his detached head floated in the void. How is that possible? My friend's Tao is all about cutting, so I learned a few things from him, Ji Lanfang explained before turning to the Mirror Void Emperor. You've been concocting a plan for a while now. What is it? You'll soon find out. A mirror appeared before the Void Mirror Emperor, and a clone walked out from the mirror, looking exactly like the original. Then, a blue light flashed around both of their bodies. I was right. The Commerce Hub gave him a unique chi with the power to boost stats and abilities, Ji Lanfang thought before going on the offensive. His sword moved as if the concepts of matter, energy, gravity, friction, space, and time had no restraint on it. Usually this is where the enemy is either slayed or they found a way to block, and this time, it was the latter with a twist. As Ji Lanfang's sword reached one of the clones, his sword began to slow down until it was moving slower than a turtle. Time deceleration? No, this is something different, he thought, his mind working on overdrive. His Tao is a combination of space and mirror. Mirror. Inversion. She inverted my speed, turning into slowness. While one Void Mirror Emperor temporarily restricted Ji Lanfang, the other rushed to attack. It had two spikes in his hand that were made from shards or of a collapsed dimension, resembling weapons composed of mirrors. Clink! As the second Mirror Emperor attacked, a sword emerged from Ji Lanfang's flesh. He blocked the space shard weapon, baffling the Void Mirror Emperor. So he tried again, releasing a barrage of stabs and strikes, but Ji Lanfang's body had grown hundreds of spikes, all made of swords. Bang! Ji Lanfang broke through the technique restriction using a subtle yin-yang technique that involved using the yang energy from his fleshly body and the yin energy from his soul. That was a flesh divine ability. I thought swordsmen disdained to cultivate the flesh, asked the Void Mirror Emperor, not hiding the mockery in his tone. Time has changed, and you need to keep up, replied Ji Lanfang, deciding to be more serious. He used the 10,000 sword body technique, a body refining technique that allowed him to temper his body by absorbing or fusing with swords. He created this technique to temper his body, and used the sword wills remaining in famous swords to temper his swordsmanship. Ji Lanfang tightened his grip on his sword, gathering the terrifying force from his flesh. He perfectly combined all his Buddhist strength or force with his skill and sword Tao, elevating his strength to a higher level, peak 5-old, to be exact. This strike could not be described in words. Did it ignore the concepts of space, time, matter, energy, and other concepts? No, it did not just do that. Instead, it used these concepts to further boost the attack speed, entering a realm that cannot be easily described in words. The truly scary thing is that this was not even Ji Lanfang's limit. He could swing his sword even faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108 Sealed. Despite this wonderful strike, which due to its speed, edged the boundary of art, the Void Mirror Emperor reacted. To be precise, he had prepared for such an eventuality. So, as the sword approached its destination, it experienced a few things. The strike experienced another inversion, trying to slow it down, a second inversion, turning from a strong attack to a weak one, and a third inversion from a cutting attack to restoring the body. Additionally, the Void Mirror added a reflection technique on both bodies. If his previous method failed, it should reflect or bounce the spell to its original owner. The sword sliced through these two clones like they were butter. All of the Void Mirror Emperor's cautionary measures were useless, as Ji Lanfang was simply too fast for any of them. Huh, muttered Ji Lanfang. He saw the two bodies turn into glasses before falling apart. Both mirror clones? He did not notice this subtle change, so he took this time to observe his surroundings. Am I inside another world? It should be a mirror dimension that looks exactly like the real world. So that's what he was secretly doing. Ji Lanfang did not hesitate and sliced through this dimension, revealing the Void Mirror Emperor's presence. However, instead of feeling relieved, he frowned. Something is wrong. Before he could analyze the situation, Void Mirror went on the offensive. A mirror construct began to materialize before him, and in less than a second, the construction turned into Ji Lanfang. Did he reflect me and create an image? That's interesting, thought Ji Lanfang. Then, he watched as the void image rushed toward him, and Ji Lanfang attacked. Their sword strikes clashed, generating a terrifying force that created space-time vortexes. So he has some of my speed. Ji Lanfang swung his sword, and the clone disintegrated into particles. As expected, he could not copy the power of nothingness in my arms. Ji Lanfang looked at his opponent, ignoring his shocked expression. With one strike, he sliced through him, and this dimension, but Ji Lanfang found himself in the same spot with another Void Mirror Emperor. As expected, he placed me in an infinite layer of mirror dimensions, grunted Ji Lanfang. As soon as he appeared in this layer, the Void Mirror Emperor created another void image of Ji Lanfang, stabbing it this time around. Ji Lanfang's extreme senses as a swordsman activated, and he used an ultimate technique. Backward time slash. His movement was so fast that he broke the restriction of the space-time continuum, or the river of time, traveling a few seconds ago to the period before the void image was constructed and the karmic thread connecting them was created. As he destroyed the image and the Void Mirror Emperor, he observed and sensed everything around him. He even ignored the new Void Emperor mirror that materialized before him. Above nothingness strike, Ji Lanfang put his newly trained arms to use. He used his ultimate technique, a strike so fast that he achieved a level beyond nothingness. Well beyond the void, like Wang Wei, he would die if he ever achieved a state beyond nothingness in his current cultivation realm. With this attack, Ji Lanfang slashed through trillions of mirror dimension layers in less than an attosecond. He continued this attack for over 10 seconds, destroying an incalculable amount of infinite dimensions. Sadly, the result was the same. He was stuck in this place. Ji Lanfang stopped, frowning as he observed around. "Your efforts are useless," said the Void Emperor Mirror, who opened his robe and cut his chest to reveal his heart. It was transparent as if made of glass. "A void beast heart," said Ji Lanfang. "Not a simple void beast heart, but one blessed in their headquarters," corrected Void Mirror. "They gave it to me just to seal you here and prevent your interference in this war. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Maybe alone it's not. But with the sage blessing Qi, don't expect to leave this place anytime soon." Ji Lanfang had heard of the sage blessing Qi, a unique energy from the source Qi space known for its buff or assistance abilities. No wonder Wang Wei wants to get his hands on the commerce hub. These guys are unreasonably rich. Ji Lanfang looked around, looking for weaknesses and flaws in this prison. He once fought a swordsman in the swordsmanship world whose sword Dao was to find or create flaws in his opponent, and he became the victor by learning from his opponent. He found a spot and struck, destroying countless more layers. This method allowed him to eliminate more layers with one attack, but he was still stuck in this terrible place. What a pain, thought Ji Lanfang, trying different methods. "You're not getting here," mocked the Void Mirror Emperor. In the end, Ji Lanfang decided to drink and wait. He had done his part by killing 4 eternal powerhouses and forcing one to be stuck with him. So he was just going to wait until someone came to rescue him, or Wang Wei returned to clean up this mess. Star Beast World Community. When the 4-layer array disintegrated, the Demon Suppression Emperor was prepared. She wore white-fitting martial clothes with a black sash as a belt, short hair, no sleeves showing her muscular shoulders and biceps, and a bandage around her fist. Her clothes hung over her private area while leaving ample room for her well-toned or muscular legs. She was the definition of a muscle beauty. As Honghua held her 2 swords, her aura was vast, fierce, noble, and wild. As a human emperor, she naturally exuded respect, and her swords naturally released a suppression and repellent against any demon race. 5 people rushed to her, 1 eternal, 2 pseudo-eternals, and 2 immortal sovereigns. She frowned as she realized this battle would not be arduous. As she observed these people while they did the same, a tear in the void appeared, alarming everyone. A woman with deep blue hair, who can only be described as regal and majestic, walked out. "Blue Phoenix," uttered Honghua. "I'll deal with her," said the Blue Phoenix Empress to the others. Advisor Deng Chong ordered us to kill our enemies as swiftly as possible using our number advantages. Then, go find someone else more powerful to deal with, she's my prey. Orders are orders. Do you want to fight? Asked Blue Phoenix. Who's scared of you? Replied the Greenwood Emperor, a famous gambler from the bountiful harvest world, one of the famous 5 elements worlds. The Greenwood Emperor did not choose his title because he lost the right to name himself in a gamble, so he had to choose this stupid name. He had bet on this war, especially on killing a few eternal powerhouses. From the information he gathered, the Demon Suppression Emperor was one of the weakest in this group, so she became his prey to ensure he won his bet. Fine, I'll deal with you first. A cold flame enveloped Blue Phoenix, followed by a cold mist. Her aura locked into Greenwood, preparing to strike at any moment. Damn woman. Don't you understand the situation? He realized this crazy woman was really about to fight him. Do you think I care? I'll kill anyone who stops me from killing this woman. Greenwood bit his teeth, and his eyes flashed with ruthless light. He looked at his followers or partners and said, "Let's deal with her first before killing the Demon Suppression Emperor." The others immediately hesitated. They knew the consequences of attacking one of their own. Don't worry, I'll take the full responsibility, reassured Greenwood. So the others looked at each other to communicate with their eyes and decide what to do. As they were about to make a choice, a voice rang in their mind. Enough, said Deng Chong. Greenwood, go find another opponent and leave her to Blue Phoenix. But she was my opponent first. Do as I say. Woman? I dare you to finish these words, sneered Deng Chong. Do I need to remind you how much you owe us? Before you repay it, remember, we own you. Greenwood clenched his teeth, glaring at Blue Phoenix, who returned the favor with a haughty and sneering look. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. As he was about to order his people to relocate, he heard a sound, and his body reacted. It was too late. A sword attacked the group, piercing the head of one pseudo-eternal and one immortal sovereign, and injuring another pseudo-eternal. You! He roared, looking angrily at Honghua, who was extremely calm. Her attack was timed perfectly when these people's guards and disregard towards her were at their lowest. Bitch, I should not expect any less from you, yelled Blue Phoenix, as her body turned into ice or crystal, rushing toward her opponent. All is fair in war, replied Honghua calmly. You would have understood this had you lived my life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109 Animosity. The Blue Phoenix Empress activated her awakening, which manifested in a blue armor that perfectly accentuated her well-developed body and 2 blue-black wings attached to her back. The interesting part about this armor was the small science fiction, making it resemble a mech instead of an ancient battle armor. Blue Phoenix rushed to her opponent, using her long nails as a weapon. Honghua, also in her awakened form, which gave her a red marking around her eyes and chains attached to her weapons, easily blocked this attack with one of her swords. However, her eyes immediately squinted. Feel it, don't you? Sneered Blue Phoenix. Your weapon can no longer suppress me. Did the Commerce Hub give you something? Asked Honghua. Powerful shockwaves destroyed the surroundings as their weapons clashed. What do you think? The Commerce Hub offered Blue Phoenix a talisman that would make her completely immune to the suppression of those 2 swords. So she did not hesitate to take this opportunity to get her revenge. So, that's why an arrogant woman like yourself chooses to become someone else's lapdog. You think your words can influence my mind? You're wrong, sneered Blue Phoenix. Once I'm done with you, I will kill every human in your world and build a trophy room with all their heads. Honghua's body released a terrifying aura full of anger, rage, and killing intention. Angry? Hahaha, don't worry. I'll leave you a little bit of consciousness to experience with your eyes as I kill every single one of them, sneered Blue Phoenix in an aggravating tone. Honghua's eyes turned red. Pure yang flame slash, she released a red cross-shaped slash with her weapon. The heat from the slash burned off the chaotic time energy in the void. However, Blue Phoenix easily dodged the attack, not even bothering to freeze it. She turned into a blue light, traveling with such immense speed that she appeared to have teleported. Honghua moved her head to dodge the claw attack, but a small cut appeared across her beautiful face. Then an intense cold emanated from the cut, so she had to use her pure Yang Dao to resist. Boom! Honghua raised her sword to block the kick, but the force pushed her a few thousand meters, skidding in the void like solid ground. Heavenly Sun Annihilation. She created a sun so red that it became dark before exploding in a large-scale area attack. The Blue Phoenix Empress surrounded herself in a domain of ice or cold energy to protect herself before rushing into her opponent. Yin-Yang Unbalance. Blue Phoenix's body released a blue light, which resonated with a red light from Honghua's body. Then the Demon Suppression Emperor's body started to fall apart. Firstly, her right arm rapidly turned into a gooey liquid, as if all the bones had vanished. Then the left side of her body also began to liquefy. Wake up! The redness in Honghua's eyes rapidly dissipated. Lord Wang Wei, don't let anger overwhelm your mind. After these words, she felt the clarity of her mind and immediately acted. The opponent's technique used the fact that she cultivated pure Yang Dao while the other cultivated Ice Yin Dao to create a yin-yang resonance between their bodies. Then she destroyed the balance inside her body. Had she been of sound mind, this process would not have been so easy due to her superior control over her body and Dao. So, after re-establishing the balance, Honghua's body returned to normal, but her expression was slightly pale. How did she wake up so easily? Thought Blue Phoenix. She used a powerful Yin/Soul technique to affect her opponent's mind and soul, and adding the fact that she targeted the latter's flaw, it should not be so easy for Honghua to wake up. Did someone interfere? But why didn't I sense something? She can only assume her opponent had another way to protect her soul. Blue Phoenix raised her hand to summon an ice trident. Frozen time. A deep blue ice chill encapsulated the surrounding void, and the river of time stopped flowing. Honghua's body could not move as it froze in time, and she could not move. As she watched her opponent rush forward with the obvious intention to impale her, she reacted. Burning time. Honghua's body released a terrifying flame that burned the frozen time. She parried the trident with one sword while immediately countering with the second. Blue Phoenix blocked with the other end of her trident. She opened her mouth to release a terrifying blizzard breath, but Honghua responded in kind with a fiery breath. Pure Yang slash. Honghua released a pure white slash with no flame energy or power. Yet this was a pure Yang-based technique. Why is that? It's because in Taoism, pure Yang is the purest form of vitality or energy in the universe, and her attack is based on this idea. Blue Phoenix's face changed. The sudden shift was unexpected. In her mind, Honghua's attack should have been more flame-focused, like most pure Yang Dao cultivators. She manifested a towering ice wall larger than thousands of galaxy clusters to defend herself. However, the white slash cut through them like a heated knife cutting through butter. Such an act bought her enough time to gather strength to confront the slash with her trident directly. She did not try to evade it as she detected the speed of this thing, and the fact it locked into her aura. Bang! Blue Phoenix stopped the attack, but it left countless cuts on her body, which healed instantly due to her Ice Phoenix bloodline. As a subspecies of Phoenix, they were still a resilient innate demon despite not reaching the same level as Flame Phoenixes in the healing department. Boom! 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 The two clashed constantly, using countless techniques. Anyone approaching their area would freeze to death or experience spontaneous combustion. However, their strength was relative, making the outcome difficult to decide. Suddenly, the two separated while glancing at each other. They knew they could not continue as such, so they must use their best technique to end this fight as swiftly as possible. Can I ask you something? Said Honghua. I don't mind listening to your last words. Why do you hate me so much? Asked Honghua. At first, I thought it was because of what I did to the demon race in my world. But after so many encounters, I can tell this animosity is personal. Because you killed the love of my life. Who exactly are you talking about? She had killed too many demons to remember. His name was Yi Tuji, and he was my everything, said Blue Phoenix, her eyes full of love, reminiscence, hatred, and hope. However, Honghua frowned, not remembering anyone with this name. In fairness, She did not know the names of most of the demons she killed. Before my bloodline awakened, I was only a regular ice swan, which made my family treat me like the biggest disgrace in the world. The Heavenly Ice Swan clan is powerful and respected in the desolate demon world, but she was a regular ice swan despite being born in such a clan and the patriarch lineage. I met him when he came to our clan for a rare resource to temper his body. He did not care for my status, blood, or future potential. He treated me kindly, even granting me my first gift. From that day on, I swore I would prove the Tao so I could be worthy of him. Blue Phoenix gritted her teeth. So, imagine my surprise when I learned that something had happened to his world. And when I rushed over, you had killed all the demons in that world. The killing aura on her body increased. No matter what, I must kill all of you humans to avenge him, and get my hands on his imprint from your world to revive him. Honghua was speechless. She had spent enough time with Xian, the dream world's Tao heart spirit, to understand this woman had developed an obsession with whoever Yi Tuji was because the latter was the only person ever kind to her. The worst part is she did not even remember who the person she supposedly killed was. She's obviously crazy, but it's best not to say anything. She did not want to emotionally rile up this woman and give her a power-up. Although such a tactic might affect her mind, it's more likely that she entered a calming rage state. Let's end this once and for all. No problem with me, sneered Blue Phoenix. Pure yang state. Honghua released a blinding white light, and once it abated, she had pure white armor with a skirt and pants perfectly accentuating each other. Even her weapons and chains had become pure white, granting her a pure, noble, and holy aura. Blue Phoenix immediately furrowed her brows. This is unexpected, she thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:10 Depressing Mood. Blue Phoenix faced a slight dilemma. The best option to counter Honghwa's technique was to use a pure Yin state, but she knew her understanding and application of pure Yin could not compare to the opponent. So it would be in her best interest to use a technique that suited her better. Ice Phoenix transformation. Blue Phoenix's body released an intense blue light, rapidly transforming her into a colossal blue phoenix with blue flame on her body that released cold mists. She was beautiful, majestic, and the embodiment of nobleness. Blue Phoenix chirped, and her voice echoed in the minds of countless people in the void, making their bodies tremble as if they were cold. Blue Phoenix looked at Honghua with her beautiful voice, and a moment of hesitation flashed in her mind. After proving the Tao, she completely purified her bloodline to become a pure phoenix. One of the abilities that she acquired was a heightened sense of danger. Now she was sensing danger from Honghua. No matter what, I cannot back down now, she thought. Frozen world. At the beginning of a world, there is a period where Yin and Yang are divided. In that period, the Yin and Yang worlds existed. The Yang or flame world has the most intense heat, while the Yin/frozen world is the area with the coldest ice or chill. Blue Phoenix recreated that period of creation with this attack. Honghua watched everything with an unfazed look and attitude. Slowly, she headed toward her opponent. Every time the chill touched her body, it was instantly purified into the purest energy between heaven and earth, which she could absorb for her use. Pure Yang rejected anything she decided was not pure, including objects, attacks, and concepts. So even the coldest chill between heaven and earth became nourishment for her. No, said Blue Phoenix, but Honghua ignored her. She appeared before slashing her swords. The phoenix's body created an ice armor, but the sword purified the ice instantly to chop her into pieces. Blue Phoenix reacted by changing her attack to focus less on the body and attack the soul. In other words, she focused less on ice and more on the Yin aspect. However, Honghua's pure Yang state protected every aspect of her body, so the Yin energy was also purified. The sword strike cut Blue Phoenix into two despite her attempt to freeze the cut-off part as a healing tactic. However, the purifying power inside her body worked against her. Honghua went for a second strike, targeting the soul this time around. No, roared Blue Phoenix as she resisted to no avail. However, at the last minute, right before she entered limbo, She used a brilliant technique. She froze the concept of death on herself, delaying the time she died. Do you think I will die so easily without taking you down with me? Blue Phoenix thought as she amassed all her hatred and obsession. Honghua sensed something and wanted to run away. Sadly, it was too late. Blue Phoenix cast a curse that combined her hatred, obsession, and pure Yin Dao. If pure Yang is the embodiment of all that is pure, then pure Yin is the opposite. They complement each other while also being opposite. Once the curse hit, Honghua's body turned pale, and her pure white armor rapidly turned dark. To combat the corruption, she released a more intense light. Hee hee, if I have to die, you'll come with me, sneered Blue Phoenix, and Honghua blasted her into smithereens with a blast of white energy. She then focused on preventing the spread of the corruption. She succeeded in putting a temporary seal after a quarter of her armor turned white, but Honghua knew she would suffer once she dispersed the armor. Honghua exhaled deeply, taking this opportunity to overview this fight. She glanced at the demon suppression swords. Everyone was right. I relied too much on these things. She relied on these swords to survive the turmoil of the demon supremacy world. She knew she would not survive without them. As such, she grew attached to them, considering them as another limb. During her training to prepare for this battle, she spent much time on the weapons, achieving a level on par with Fivefold. However, Blue Phoenix's method rendered them useless, so she could only rely on her real strength of peak Threefold. Not just them, continued Honghua. Even the human race has become my restraint. Wang Wei once warned him, saying that as a human and heavenly emperor, she had a lot of potential. But as much as the human race granted her strength and power, they also restricted her. She did not agree with these words, but during today's fight, she saw the proof. She sensed people coming, so she had to focus on the upcoming enemy. Commerce Hub Headquarters. Wang Wei saw Honghua's battle and heard when she mentioned Yi Tuji. He never actually met her, so he never knew they had such a connection. Especially since they had no karmic connection due to his karma-unbound physique. Everything I did. Killing Yi Tuji and devastating the demonic faction in that world. It all led to the creation of the demon suppression swords and Honghua's existence. Without my actions, she would never have existed or had such a relationship with Blue Phoenix. Was everything a coincidence, or the machinations of fate? It was too coincidental how his actions resulted in today's battle. It appeared as if it was all a coincidence, but was it? In this vast universe, everything is possible, including genuine coincidences. But this felt like a beating from fate, thought Wang Wei. It's like it was reminding me that I may think that I've made great strides to escape, but I was still in its palm. Still tethered by countless unknown and undetectable chains. Wang Wei grunted in displeasure. As long as someone knows him and Yi Tuji really well, it's easy to predict everything that happened afterward. The plan would be based on his natural instinct not to lose or be taken advantage of, and his desire to prevent any unknown enemy from the Dao opening sect. Then, as a Dao overlord, isn't it normal for him to find a way to destroy the demon civilization? Given their system's obvious flaw? Wouldn't it be normal for him to leave a way to prevent them from recuperating in the form of a weapon that directly targets their essence? And here I was in a good mood, sighed Wang Wei, who suddenly had no interest in this war. All he wanted to do was obsess with how often fate played him like a puppeteer. How many of his decisions were simply someone else treating him as a pawn or a joke? In these moments, I truly wish she was here as support, thought Wang Wei before sighing deeply again. He focused his mind on watching these fights. He had long known that his journey of controlling his fate would be arduous. And today was simply one of those terrible days. He focused on the other fights. Shi Qian struggled the most because her opponent was the pure mind emperor. He was messing with her using memories of her father, and had 3 other eternal powerhouses helping him. Her strength was the same as Honghua, which was quite disappointing to Wang Wei, given the training resources she had access to. Unlike Honghua, who had today's result because of her over-reliance on her sword, Shi Qian's result was due to complacency. She was satisfied with her life now that she had made her parents proud by proving the Dao and neglected her training. Another disappointment was Wrath's peak 4-fold strength. She had spent most of her time recuperating from the revival of the Neo-Devil race, and did not take her training seriously. As such, even Shi Shangyan achieved lower five-fold strength, and was more powerful than her. Wang Wei focused on Shi Shangyan, who was facing countless opponents, including the Greenwood Emperor and his people. It seems she hasn't tried to condense a supreme qi yet, thought Wang Wei, observing the battle closely. He looked at Shi Qian and knew she would not hold on for long. However, he did not intervene as he knew reinforcement was coming. And as expected, things did not take long to appear as he predicted. A large portal materialized on the battlefield, alarming everyone. Then a wild and boisterous laugh echoed in everyone's mind. Ha ha ha! The great Monkey King has come to save all of you. Yi Dafu appeared with countless troops while wearing dark gold armor without a helmet and holding his staff. He looked at everyone, not hiding his haughty attitude. Wang Wei, you dare say I'm scared? I'll show you, he roared. Everyone looked at him, wondering who this crazy monkey was. Yi Dafu ignored the weird gaze and swung his staff, which turned into a colossal weapon bigger than any galaxy. He killed trillions with one swing. Dang Qing swiftly ordered people to leave Shi Qian, and a few others to attack this monkey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11 The Monkey King's Charm. After killing all those people, two potent aura rushed toward Yi Dafu, forcing him to stop. Muttered the monkey, ignoring Greenwood and focusing on the second Eternal Emperor. She was a beautiful woman dressed in colorful clothes, like a rainbow, with snake eyes. Such a powerful and beautiful demon, said the monkey with a grin before smelling the air. This bloodline, it should be the Nine-Serpent Monarch bloodline. A brilliant light flashed in Yi Dafu's eyes. This Monkey King thought no one would ever be worthy of me, but who would have thought I would find a wife in such a strange manner? Who are you calling your wife? Asked the noble Serpent Empress, releasing a cold aura full of the intention to kill. You, of course, replied Yi Dafu. Only someone of your bloodline is worthy of someone like me. Monkey, I was going to show you some leniency, given we're both demons, but I've changed my mind, said the Serpent Empress. Now, I will tear you apart and feed you to my dogs. Oh, such cruelty. I love it, grinned the monkey, showing his all-white teeth. Don't worry. I will be merciful. I'll seal you and bring you back home to be my bride. The elders should be happy I found someone to pass on my bloodline. The noble Serpent Empress responded with actions by activating her awakening, which manifested in the form of a rainbow with 9 colors hanging above her head in the shape of an arch. As a result, she became even brighter with her colorful dress. Meanwhile, Greenwood, who felt left out and secretly complained about why he was tasked with such a powerful opponent, also activated his awakening. He had 2 wooden wings floating behind him. I'll provide assistance with my wood Dao, he said. I don't need your help, countered the Serpent Empress as she activated 2 of her bloodlines. The Golden Jia Serpent, known for their mighty defense, and the Silver Void Serpent, a snake-innate demon with immense speed due to their ability to slit through space and time. So a golden aura enveloped her body before she disappeared from sight. Yi Dafu casually moved his body, and a snake whip flashed past his head. A blurred creature then disappeared from his sight. A blurry figure constantly appeared around him for the next few seconds, and attacked with the whip. He evaded all these attacks casually until he sensed countless tree roots coming from the distance, trying to entangle him. He released a terrifying flame disaster to deal with the tree roots, and the Serpent Empress took this opportunity for a sneak attack. Yi Dafu blocked with his staff with a mocking smile. Wife, you should know what kind of bloodline I have. So, why use these useless tactics? Others may not be able to see her once she uses her space-time bloodline ability, but he can even do so without opening his heaven eye. It seems you're not as useless as you look. Of course. I'm more than my exterior disposition. That's one of my many charms, which you will discover once you become my wife. In your dream. The Serpent Empress activated her Purple Fang Serpent bloodline, which boosted her attacks and granted her control over Poison Dao. She opened her mouth to fire a breath of purple cloud. However, Yidafu only giggled before using a poison disaster attack, breathing red clouds that overwhelmed the Empress. Her fate would have been terrible without the golden aura around her, and the monkey's restraint. Meanwhile, Greenwood was having the worst time in his life in the distance. According to the 5 elements theory, fire suppresses wood, meaning the attack was his natural element counter. He had to summon a unique tree around him to calm the monkey's attack, and it took him a moment to succeed. Right as he was about to intervene in the fight and provide assistance, 2 terrifying poisons rushed toward him, and he had to use his summon tree to block them. His towering tree wilted in a matter of seconds due to the intense nature of the poison, so he had to use his wood Dao to change the tree's nature to adapt to this poison. The noble serpent empress looked at this monkey hatefully. She decided to stop underestimating him, and used even more power. So she activated the mountain serpent bloodline to boost her fleshy body, mainly her physical strength, followed by the winged serpent bloodline, which boosted her raw speed. Finally, she activated her rainbow-eyed serpent to acquire powerful visual prowess on par or close to his 3-eyed monkey bloodline. The serpent empress took one step, and appeared behind Yidafu. With her new speed-based bloodline, and the previous ability to slit through the very fabric of spacetime, her speed reached another realm. Boom. She punched him with an enormous force. This was not a normal attack as her Proving Dao artifact, which was normally a whip, had wrapped around her fist like a glove to boost physical-based attacks. The serpent empress immediately frowned. Her eye prowess detected that her speed surpassed her opponent's reaction time, but an invisible power protected him. This is a domain technique where heaven and earth love and protect him. In other words, no matter where he is, the surrounding environment will naturally protect him, the serpent empress analyzed, clenching her fists and attacking. Based on her eye insight, she targeted the weak areas of this technique. However, she soon realized how pointless this attempt was, as Yidafu seemed aware of these weaknesses and either fixed them or moved them around. Omicron M. The 9 Serpent Monarch clan was a fierce race that should have dominated the ancient era with their ability to absorb 9 other serpent bloodlines and use their powers for their own. Instead, they were wiped out early in the stages of the war. Do you know why? Asked Yidafu. The serpent empress ignored him and activated her elemental serpent bloodline, granting her control of all the elements. She released a devastating attack like a combination of a universal-sized tsunami, tornado, earthquake, volcano eruption, meteor shower, thunder atoms, etc. Yidafu remained calm while internally shaking his head in disapproval. All these attacks failed under the disaster category, and thus he was immune to them. The humans and other innate demons were jealous of the potential and targeted them. They wanted to wipe them out as soon as possible. However, this was not the main fault of their downfall, explained Yidafu. Their biggest problem was the slow growth time. The most talented in their clans would absorb 7 innate demon serpent bloodlines, but this also meant it took way longer, even by the standard of innate demon gods, to develop all these bloodlines and powers. Boom. Yidafu swung his staff, hitting the serpent empress so hard that her bones cracked, and she suffered internal bleeding. Although her body healed instantly afterward, she could not forget the pain as Yidafu hit her with a disaster of pain. You're lucky to have acquired 7 innate demon serpent bloodlines in this modern era, but you suffer the same fate as your ancestor. You have not developed them to their full extent. The serpent empress ignored him as she activated her jade blood serpent bloodline to increase her healing potential and deal with this pain. I can help you, said Yidafu, not stopping his grin. With my help and the resources from winning this war, you will have no problem developing all your bloodline. Stop talking nonsense, she growled. Am I? Do you think you're something because you've achieved a lower 4-fold? Sneered Yidafu. Look at all the Eternals of the myriad Emperor World's faction. All their strengths are around this level, but they cannot access 7 potent, innate demon bloodlines. Why? The Serpent Empress suddenly paused, taking these words seriously. Is that why you're so powerful? She realized his strength had reached somewhere around 5-fold, but she did not know exactly. Me? No, replied Yidafu. He was not part of Wang Wei's inner circle, so today's strength was the result of his own effort and luck. However, he cannot wait to use things like the dream world and others to further his power. Then how? I can only tell you I've found a way to develop bloodlines, replied Yidafu. After losing to Wang Wei and leaving the deception trial, he still left his people to acquire news. Then once he learned how powerful these people became, a fire was lit under Yidafu's butt. He realized he was nothing but a phoenix amongst a group of chickens. With this realization, he put himself through cruel training while searching for ways to improve. Ultimately, he achieved a strength of 8 leaf before his heaven will battle. And after proving the Tao, he never stopped training. Are you really pondering his offer? Suddenly asked Greenwood, but the Serpent Empress ignored him. The demon race cares more about bloodline when choosing partners, not appearance or compatibility. And if there were no enemies, Yidafu would be a top marriage candidate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-12 Earth Emperor Technique. Can you imagine our children? Said Yidafu with a grin. And his words did have an effect. Demon races of different species have even lower chances of reproducing, but when they do, their children will inherit both their bloodlines 99% of the time. So the noble Serpent Empress imagined what it would be like to have a child with the 3-eyed monkey, disaster monkey, and 9 serpent monarch bloodlines. By all standards, this monkey is indeed the perfect partner, contemplated the Serpent Empress. Their alliance would further their bloodlines and create a strong alliance between their 2 worlds and factions. Humans controlled the majority of heaven-will worlds in the lower dimension, so most demon-focused worlds will band together for protection. Don't listen to his nonsense, said the Greenwood Emperor. All his sweet words are based on the fact that he and his faction will survive this war. But do you think that's possible? The Serpent Empress suddenly paused. He has a point. Oh, we're going to win, replied Yidafu calmly. And how do you know this? She asked. Come, let me tell you a secret. Just tell me. No, I must whisper it to you, he replied with his white teeth, making the Serpent Empress roll her eyes. Regardless, she flew next to him, and he whispered something in his ear. Are you telling the truth? Of course. You can go in my memory to see. Fine, she replied after thinking briefly, and Yidafu did not hesitate to allow her access into his sea of consciousness and his memories. He had a bright smile that was telling her, see how much I trust you despite only meeting for the first time. The Serpent Empress blushed after figuring out his smile's meaning, but it quickly faded. You're telling the truth. What's the meaning of this? Asked Greenwood. What did he tell you? I'm sorry, but I'm out of this fight. What? Are you serious? Yes. But of course, I also want help their side, the Serpent Empress explained. Do you know the fate awaiting you and your homeworld for betraying the Commerce Hub? The Greenwood Emperor asked in a severe tone. You should understand the cruelty of these people. Don't you care at all? The Serpent Empress shrugged. Now that she knew Wang Wei was alive and this entire war was nothing but his little game, she knew the Commerce Hub was destined to lose and fall from their status as the rulers of the lower dimension. Greenwood suddenly paused. He knew the latter was not stupid, so he wondered what kind of news would prompt her to decide. He suddenly had a thought. No, it can't be. He would not accept the fact that this bastard who had the entire hub scared like little kittens was still alive and lurking somewhere in the lower dimension. Greenwood had a severely restricted contract with the hub, so his fate was tied to them. Eternal Wood. A towering white tree appeared behind Greenwood. He had bet that he would kill a few Eternals without using the Commerce Hub's aid, which came in the form of an Eternal Wood Chi. However, the situation had reached the point where he had no choice but to go all out. The white tree roots immediately went on the offensive, attacking Yidafu and the Serpent Empress. Hey, what's the meaning of this? You're a traitor, so your head should be worth a lot. Wife, I've got this. Why don't you stay in my space ring while I deal with this idiot? Who's your wife? I haven't accepted any proposals yet. Yidafu grinned. Despite her words, the Serpent Empress left the battlefield. Then Yidafu focused on his opponent. His armor, which was his awakening, released a bright light as the monkey fused his natural protection from heaven and earth with the armor to increase his defense. Then he went on the offensive. World-ending disaster. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding million light-years changed. The entire zone or area of this technique experienced what it would be like if a world ended. The very fabric of space-time tore apart, reincarnation stopped functioning, which released an incalculable amount of energy and ghosts to the world of the living. Fate lost its shackle on people and the world, making them crazy and chaotic. Heavenly Tao lost its grip on the world, meaning that all the laws or Tao between heaven and earth lost control. And finally, the return to its original as chaotic chaos energy swallowed the last vestige of the world. Greenwood sweated as he watched this brilliant yet devastating technique. He wanted to run away. Luckily, the eternal Wood Chi did not disappoint and protected him. He felt relief now that he was surrounded by an object the world deemed indestructible, nay eternal. Meanwhile, Yidafu frowned. World-ending disaster was one of his masterpieces that he prepared to deal with that bastard Wang Wei. But this weak-ass emperor that barely reached threefold actually blocked it. "You've officially pissed me off," the monkey declared. "So what?" sneered Greenwood, not hiding the smugness he was feeling. Yidafu shook his head as he wondered how this kind of person could prove the Tao, let alone become an eternal. He concluded that he was either one of those individuals born with extreme love from heaven and earth, despite their glaring flaws, or he was one of the emperors that appeared after true heavenly Tao started balancing the lower dimension because of how powerful the myriad emperor world had become. Disaster of the mind. Greenwood's body froze as his mind experienced the most terrifying horrors imaginable. He experienced his worst fear, confronted his greatest nightmare, came into direct contact with his greatest failures, and saw things that even his superior mind, as a higher dimensional being, could not process. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he entered a vegetable state while standing. Yidafu knew this was not enough and rushed for a finishing blow. He evaded the white roots from the tree, which was acting on instinct to protect its master. Sadly, before he reached his opponent, the tree fused with green wood and blessed his mind and soul with the eternal attribute, allowing him to survive that disaster. "Damn you!" roared Greenwood. He had never come so close to death, and it was the worst kind, death of the spirit. He no longer hesitated and touched the tree to fuse with it. His body then rapidly morphed into a Tyrant or humanoid tree creature with white barks as body and green foliage that served as hair. Bang! Yidafu's staff hit him with full force while he was still transforming, and he flew in the distance. Such an attack should have been devastating. It was not. The skin of trees is naturally resistant to beating or attacks, and wood is the element of resilience and life, so healing or regeneration was not a problem for practitioners of this Tao. However, Greenwood did not even suffer a single scratch due to inheriting the eternal attribute of his chi. Hee this power, he chuckled. He had never felt this powerful, so free, so invincible. Who would dare ask him for his debts once he lost if he had this kind of power? He would walk sideways in the lower dimension, doing whatever he pleased. Greenwood rushed to his opponent, but soon frowned. He found his body not as fast in this state as he wished it to be. However, this did not matter since no one could hurt him. Boom, boom, boom. Yidafu clashed with this humanoid tree with his third eye fully displayed. He used every passing second to analyze his opponent. What's the best move? Eternal disaster? No, that would take too long since I know little about such a high-level field as disaster. Then a weakness disaster? This tree should have a weakness. He thought briefly before deciding otherwise. Such a disaster might weaken his opponent, but he kept his impenetrable outer shell. In that case, a yin-yang disaster? Nothing is absolute, and what goes up must go down. There is no way this thing is truly eternal, so experiencing a yin-yang cycle should do the trick. No, I have something even better. Earth Emperor position. Samsara cycle. An enormous head resembling a Yama King manifested behind Yidafu, and his body emanated a dark and noble aura associated with samsara, or the afterlife. After learning about the existence of the Heavenly Emperor, Yidafu became enthralled and learned about the other two positions as well. Then he had an idea. Could he create techniques that granted him powers based on these positions? He tried and succeeded because his three-eyed monkey bloodline involved everything about heaven, earth, and humans. So he used the Earth Emperor technique he created to gain absolute control of Samsara Dao and kill the Greenwood Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13 Acquired. Yi Dafu hit Greenwood with his staff, and the whole world suddenly turned black and white briefly. Then, in a very short period, Greenwood's eternal body experienced birth and death millions of times to test the validity of his claim to be eternal. He resisted, as his white bark skin released an intense light to fight the power of samsara, which was rapidly destroying him on a conceptual level. He failed. Only everlasting Empyreans who have mastered their true self can boldly proclaim to have escaped the shackles of death or samsara. And even then, that's a wild claim that no one will make lightly. In the Chaos Universe's hierarchical structure, the eternal Wood Chi can only be described on the lower tier of the path of eternity. Crack. Greenwood's body cracked in different parts, and he roared to show his unwillingness. He would not accept his fate so easily, so he tried to counterattack. What in this world could be considered truly eternal? Or at the very least, come very close? The obvious answer is Grand Tao, but that's not something that Greenwood would dare to get involved with. So he chose the second best option. The universe's grand module. He latched on the river of fate, the river of time, and even the source chi space's eternal attributes to fuel his own. Many roots from his body entered the void to attach themselves to these modules and borrow their powers. So in a split second, Greenwood's body stopped collapsing, and he had 3 new tree roots that were not only indestructible due to their eternal natures, but also had the power to control time, fate, and endless energy. Idiot, sneered Yi Dafu. Backlash disaster. Can anyone meddle in the affairs of the river of fate? The river of time? Or even the source chi space? No. These modules or concepts were inherently arrogant because of their power or status in the world, so how can anyone get involved with them? Yi Dafu used this fact to create a terrifying backlash against his opponent. Greenwood had never felt so scared in his life. He felt like he was confronting entities that words alone could not describe, and even the idea of knowing these people sent shivers down his spine. Arg, he screamed as the terror was too much. His body was collapsing at an alarming rate. He was rapidly dying on a conceptual level, meaning no one would need to wipe his memories and go through all the struggles of killing an eternal. He would just die. No one or nothing could revive him. However, at the last minute, Greenwood acted decisively. He swiftly cut off his connection to these entities, abandoning most of his body. Then, he somehow controlled the chaotic spatial-temporal energy in the void to teleport him away, barely protecting himself. Why is this bastard so good at running away? Muttered Yi Dafu. He did not expect his opponent to survive this backlash. Yi Dafu shook his head before focusing on the other aspects of the battlefield. Commerce Hub Headquarters. Wang Wei looked at the half-body of Greenwood. How stupid is this guy? He muttered while shaking his head. He raised his hand to take out bright green light from his body. This should be worth my trouble. He intervened at the last minute to allow this bastard to escape and prevent the monkey from getting his hands on the eternal Wood Chi. Such energy was perfect for his Fate 1 or Dong Lifen's master, so he would not let it get into other people's hands. It's ridiculous how wealthy these people are, thought Wang Wei. The Commerce Hub should be instrumental in acquiring the resources he needed to cultivate a much higher realm before ascending to the upper dimension. By the strings of fate, why is this monkey making my job more difficult? Complained Wang Wei before acting swiftly and teleporting him to the headquarters. Yi Dafu was embarrassed as he saw the side-eye Wang Wei was giving him. My bad, he said. He was so careless that he was almost exiled to the upper dimension immediately after winning his match. Wang Wei grunted. Return home, and don't show yourself again. No way. The fight was just getting interesting. When people ask you how you survive your exile, what will you say? I'll say I did it on my own. Do you think they'll believe you? Asked Wang Wei. Some people already have suspicions. I don't want to give them more proof I'm not gone. Yi Dafu remained quiet briefly before exhaling deeply. Fine, but before I leave, fight me. You know you're not my opponent. I do, but I know I can make you sweat, replied the monkey with fierce eyes. You're overestimating yourself, countered Wang Wei while rolling his eyes. You're telling me such brilliant technique as my world-ending disaster would be useless? Now you're insulting me. The monkey did not hide his emotions. Why would it when I can do it even better than you? Bullshit. Wang Wei raised his hand to show him a sign of the end of the world. The technique was similar to Yi Dafu but with even more details. The dissolution of fate not only made things and people chaotic, but in his technique, fate served as the strings holding up the very fabric of existence. On top of everything else, Yi Dafu saw the separation of yin and yang, the destruction of free will and choice, the breakup between order and disorder, the backlash of all karmic connections, and finally, the world reverting to its original state, chaos. Damn it, thought Yi Dafu, his eyes slightly red as he concentrated on Wang Wei's palm. This technique was so powerful and beautiful that it inspired him. He saw how to improve his own technique, and such a fact brought immense shame to him, followed by trampling his pride. The monkey snorted coldly as he refused to admit defeat. Okay, I'll give you this technique, he said with gritted teeth. What about my Earth Emperor positions? Surely this technique could make you sweat. I control Samsara Dao, and I'm unofficially a real Earth Emperor, Wang Wei replied coolly. You're not lying, are you? He had never heard Wang Wei was the Earth Emperor, hence his suspicions. You know I would not lie about such a thing. The monkey showed his sharp fangs in frustration as he clenched his teeth. The human emperor? He did not dare ask about the heavenly emperor position since the person before him was the first heavenly emperor, and the one creating a new era based on the position. I admit I have no connection to the human emperor position, nodded Wang Wei. See, I have to tell you that my technique does not lose to the others, said Yi Dafu with a snicker. You should admit my current self can make you sweat in battle. Although I don't have any connection with it, I have a friend who's a human emperor, and I can just copy her fate line if needed, Wang Wei said calmly, and he watched as the monkey's jovial atmosphere deflated like a balloon. No, I refuse to believe my current strength cannot make you sweat in battle. Wang Wei shrugged. You saw me with your heaven eyes and should know the disparity between us. Of course, Yi Dafu knew. That's why he changed his goal from landing a few hits to making him sweat. He understood the concept of managing expectations and goals. You wait, said the Monarchy King. This is not over. I will first train until I can make you sweat, then until I can land a few good hits, then until I can survive in a real battle, then until I'm on your level, and then I will surpass you. Mark my word, this is not over. Yi Dafu looked at Wang Wei defiantly despite his internal fear that he might get beaten for these bold words. However, Wang Wei laughed instead. You really are like Sun Wukong. Who's Sun Wukong, and how dare he claim to be like me? Wang Wei was speechless before condensing the story of the journey to the west for him. Yi Dafu swiftly read it with his divine sense. What a stupid monkey, he proclaimed. Oh, it's obvious this journey to the west is a plot of Buddhism to use the monkey's powerful luck and destiny for their own use, but this idiot did not realize anything and just converted in the end, said Yi Dafu, not hiding his sneer. I can't believe you say this stupid thing is like me. I would fight you over these words if I knew I couldn't beat you. Wang Wei shrugged. You have to admit the monkey's endearing. He has his moment, agreed Yi Dafu, who had a mischievous light in his eyes. What stupid thing are you plotting? First, I want to beat a few monks, said Yi Dafu. He felt he needed to vent after seeing how much of a sucker this sage equal to heaven was. Then I think I'll pay a visit to Samsara. I want to know if there is such a thing as a book of life and death, and whether I can remove my name from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-14 Humbling Experience. Wang Wei looked at this monkey beyond speechless. He genuinely did not have the words to express how bold he found this monkey. Didn't you learn about the Earth Emperor position for your technique? Yes, so. Yi Dafu replied with a puzzled expression before something dawned on him. Oh right, I forgot about these Yama Kings. He frowned as this information immediately stopped his plan, which he was unhappy about. How strong do you think I need to be before I can take on a Yama King? Wait, you're serious? Of course, replied Yi Dafu without hesitation. Since that monkey can do it, so can I. Wang Wei looked at him up and down. You'll need to be a peak boundless paragon and one of the bests in the entire universe. Paragon? Is that after the Emperor realm? No, I heard that's the Empyrean realm. Yi Dafu asked with one arm crossed and the other on his chin. It's the one after that. I see. Well, now I have a new ambitious goal, he nodded. Well, I'm leaving. I have a new wife waiting for me. Remember, I still want a revenge match. The monkey took one step and disappeared from the headquarters, leaving Wang Wei alone to shake his head. You're quite the actor. Who's there? Wang Wei entered the highest alert state. Someone had come close to him, but he did not detect anything. His mind worked on overdrive, thinking about who in the lower dimension had such capabilities. He glanced over and saw a handsome young man in a blue robe, and Wang Wei had an inkling who this was. Who are you? You should have already guessed, Chen Tong replied calmly. So let's skip the introduction. I'm here because I'm interested in why you went to this extreme length to manipulate that monkey. Excuse me. You intentionally gave him that story so he could target Samsara and even the Yama Kings. So, I want to know why you did it. I have no idea what you're talking about, replied Wang Wei. I saw it when you underwent your Earth Emperor trial. Did you do it out of spite and pettiness? No, something tells me you're playing a bigger chess game. Hunger was right about you. You're too curious for your own good, said Wang Wei calmly. So finally willing to admit it? I'm not admitting anything. So stubborn, said Chen Tong with a smile. He waved his hand to manifest a tea table before sitting down and inviting Wang Wei. This is Essence Tribulation tea. After drinking it, you will pass 100 flesh tribulations without any pain, effort, or negative consequences. Such a thing exists? Asked Wang Wei as he sat down. It must be rare. Although it's only useful for the first 1,000 tribulations, yes, it's indeed a very rare resource, nodded Chen Tong as he poured the tea. I'm honored, said Wang Wei as he received the tea. How many people could say they've had a paragon pour tea for them? There's no need for formality. Chen Tong waved his hand. So, are you going to answer my question? There is nothing to answer, Wang Wei declared coolly. Did he manipulate Yi Dafu? Of course. However, his target was not necessarily Samsara and the Yama King. He wanted to see if he could add an unknown variable to the world through the monkey, by giving him access to knowledge or inspiration from another civilization. In other words, the fact that Yi Dafu became interested in Samsara is not the true value of his action. The real chess move opens his mind by providing him with some information about the prehistoric world. Wang Wei did not know the outcome of this move. There is a possibility that it would bear fruit. And there is also the possibility that Yi Dafu will garner the sight of Grand Tao and be swiftly eliminated. Another scenario is the monkey does not realize the value of that story and never uses it to its full potential. But Wang Wei does not care. He did it on a whim, and so he's alright with this move becoming useless. Is that so? Muttered Chen Tong. Well, let's talk about something else. You seem to be in a terrible mood. Did something happen? Have you been watching me from the shadows? Of course. The entire dimension has never been so lively, so how can I not pay attention? I've never been so entertained since I died. Wang Wei was speechless. Shouldn't you be focusing on reviving yourself or something? And be the first target of those people? I'm not stupid. Chen Tong shook his head. He would only revive once everyone else did. Okay, don't change the subject. What happened to make someone like you have such an obvious change in mood? This man is like if one of those people from Earth who loved gossip more than their life was reincarnated into a cultivation world, and managed to reach the pinnacle of the world while preserving their gossiping side. Thought Wang Wei, becoming even more speechless. He sighed internally before deciding to converse with this man. It was the least he could do to allow him to reach 900 Tao tribulations without much struggle. So he told him what happened with Honghua, Blue Phoenix and Yi Tuji. It seems you have just experienced a humbling. A what? A humbling experience is the common term for what you've experienced. It's a common phenomenon among cultivators, Chintong explained. Elaborate. It's a mechanism designed by Grand Tao to restrict cultivators, mostly paragons, and check our egos, continued Chintong. For example, Yama Kings are the humbling experiences for paragons who try to mess with samsara. Time wraiths are for the one messing too much with the river of time, and monarch source beasts are for people messing with the source chi space. Wang Wei frowned. The river of fate. Its humbling experience is usually targeted toward Tao lords and overlords or paragons with exceptional intelligence. It usually makes them look small and stupid, said Chungtong with a smile. Did Wang Wei experience a humbling experience? It appeared as such, but he could not shake this feeling that things were too personal, and not like the normal operation of a mechanism of the universe. Are fiend gods the humbling experience for primordial chaos? Yes and no, replied. These creatures were created after the body refining age ended and the paragon age started, but fiend god existed long before that. So they are indeed our restriction in primordial chaos, but their situation is slightly different. Wait, are you saying that Yama Kings did not exist in the early ages of the chaos universe? I know what you're asking. Yes, there were Yamas controlling samsara, but the title of king was later created after the rise of the paragon age. Samsara's strict and even rigid control began with the Yama King's appearance. I see, nodded Wang Wei before sipping his tea. What exactly did you guys do for Grand Tao to feel the need to keep your ego in check? That's a good question, said Chun Tong before sipping his tea. I'm not old enough for that era, but I know a few things. During the body refining age, the true power Tao realm reigned supreme. Body refiners were focused on finding or opening the illusory fourth gate of power, so they used the river of fate, time, and source chi space to temper their bodies. Grand Tao left these guys alone since they mainly used these grand existences, or concepts to temper themselves. The only complaint Grand Tao had about them was that they used too many resources. Then came the age of Paragon, and we started messing with these things. We wanted to understand, control, and even destroy the river of time or the river of fate. So you needed to be humbled and kept in check. Exactly. Wang Wei nodded. Do you know how the entire history of the chaos universe is classified? I do know a little, said Chen Tong, who changed the tea for wine. Firstly, there was the Genesis Age. It's when the chaos universe was first born or created, and Grand Tao was young and inexperienced. Following that was the Primordial Chaos Age, where the predecessors to fiend gods, the chaos demon gods, were born. Afterward is the Lost Age, but like the Null Era in this place, little to nothing is known in this time, except that whatever occurred there was a taboo, and the chaos demon gods disappeared, replaced by the fiend gods. So the Lost Age is one of the 13 taboos. That's right. Interesting. What's next? I won't mention the ages after that because what I know are only speculations and not official history, said Chen Tong. What I do know is the previous age was the Essence Age or Age of Body Refining, and we are currently living in the Paragon Age. Of course, I have a feeling that the ultimate taboo marked the end of the Paragon Age, but this new age has not been officially named. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15 Grand Tao's Goal. Chen Tong's words allowed Wang Wei to verify many of his theories or speculations about the history of the chaos universe and the possible evolution of cultivation. He even learned a few new things. However, he still lacked vital information. Luckily, this was a great opportunity with a paragon before him. I once theorized that in the early stages of the Paragon Age, before the Heavenwell system, the old era paragons were a combination of the immortal and Tao path, and they had to understand innate, primordial, and grand Tao source to reach the world's peak. Is that true? Yes, you're right, nodded Chen Tong. Those old era paragons were scary despite only being capable of borrowing the power of the grand Tao source. However, the vast energy inside their bodies was truly astronomical. You've met some of them? Yeah. There are many still alive, explained Chintong. They are stubborn and refuse to accept this new easy path. They often call us soft and weak, claiming that we have it easy. I'm surprised, replied Wang Wei. I thought they would be extinct, either through natural process or by Grand Dao's elimination. No, they are still here. There is a powerful sect called the Origin Dao sect in a normal source chaos world called the Ancient Qi world that only cultivates that system. They controlled that entire world, and are renowned in primordial chaos. Chintong suddenly shook his head. Bad memory? Asked Wang Wei. These guys are annoying to deal with, especially the old and ancient ones who have existed since the beginning of the Paragon Age. Chintong explained, not hiding his annoyance as he remembered his experience. Wang Wei did not need to meet these people to realize their personality. Obdurate, inflexible, and clinging to past glory. In other words, the kind of people no one wishes to deal with. How does their system work? Do they become immortal venerable at Tier 10 or Dao Ancestor? But each choice seemed to cause problems. It's more like they become immortal venerables and primarchs. They condensed innate laws? Chintong nodded, correct. Then, while continuing to gather immortal qi, they understand innate laws, followed by primordial laws, before understanding the Grand Dao source. The ancient qi world must be unique, right? Yes. From what I know, it still follows the order disorder during the early stages of the Paragon Age, not affected by the changes of the rest of the chaos universe. Wang Wei frowned. And Grand Dao allows this? Or did they cultivate a powerhouse that would force Grand Dao to give them permission? The former, most likely, replied Chintong. However, I did hear rumors that there might be some secrets behind their continued existence. Wang Wei nodded. He agreed the most likely case was that Grand Dao allowed their existence, most likely to see the clash between the old and new eras. Moreover, allowing the old cultivation path to exist would only bring more variables and opportunities for the overall development of the chaos universe. Wang Wei thought briefly before asking the question he truly wanted the answer to. Why did Grand Dao create the Heaven Will and grant Paragons complete control of the Grand Dao source? Was it a system similar to the Heavenly Court, where Paragons now bore the strength of the chaos universe and gave it more power for other things? However, considering Grand Dao's power level, this theory doesn't seem to make sense. Chintong chuckled. I bet your mind is thinking of something sinister, isn't it? I mean, wouldn't you do the same? Asked Wang Wei. However, Chintong shook his head. The answer to your question is simple: to strengthen the universe. Grand Dao wanted more powerful cultivators, so it created the perfect cultivation path and allowed all sentient beings to use it. I'm not completely buying such an answer, said Wang Wei, sipping on his drink. Isn't it afraid of people becoming stronger than it and usurping its power? Maybe that's exactly what it wants. I doubt this. Wait, you might be onto something, suddenly said Wang Wei. What if it wants cultivators to achieve transcendence, but to do so within its created rules and restrictions? What if Grand Dao wishes for people to surpass it, but not do it in a way that is detrimental to it or the chaos universe? With this logic, many things will suddenly make sense. I never thought of this, said Chintong. This statement opened his eyes, allowing him to connect many dots in his mind. Grand Dao intervened to smooth the chaos of the ultimate taboo. There is a chance it wanted to eliminate the methods of transcendence that it deemed unacceptable. Wang Wei and Chintong looked at each other, and their eyes expressed their thoughts to stop this topic. If they continued, it was guaranteed that Grand Dao would notice them, especially since Wang Wei was still a little emperor and should not be privy to certain knowledge or information. Since there was the Essence Age, and the Paragon Age could also be called the Qi Age. Do you think there used to be an Essence Age? He asked. Wang Wei once theorized that the body refining path was the first cultivation system discovered by sentient beings, but he felt he might have been wrong. Assuming that acquired life appeared in the universe after the Lost Age, specifically, when fiend gods reigned supreme, there is a chance that they began to imitate their cultivation system and temper their bodies, But there is also the possibility that they believe that the flesh has a limit, and that they could never reach the same level as these noble creatures. These early creatures would have focused on developing the intangible and limitless soul or spirit. In other words, there is a high chance that the spirit age was before the essence age. That I don't know, replied Qintong. I've heard people say there was such an age, while others say it did not exist. What I do know for sure is that the soul path seems to involve many secrets, and it might even be one of the taboos. That's a fair assumption, nodded Wang Wei. Assuming there was a spirit age, cultivation started from the inside with the soul, then the body with the essence age, which is still from the inside. Then it ended with the outside following the qi age. It might be in my best interest to return to my roots and look inward once I reach the peak of the Paragon realm. Wang Wei's aura suddenly changed, becoming subtler, calmer, and more ethereal and ephemeral. The light of wisdom deep in his eyes deepened, greatly surprising Qintong. Enlightenment? How envious! Although Wang Wei's statement about Grand Tao was valuable information, Qintong would also like to have an epiphany and become enlightened. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. I cannot bear the title of fellow Taoist, replied Wang Wei, shaking his head. However, I do appreciate your kind words. The two chatted for a few more minutes about many topics before Qintong disappeared. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. In this brief discussion, he created a character profile for Qintong, and the most valuable information on the profile was that the latter was not a boundless paragon. He once asked Wu Hong to feel the natural aura of boundless paragons, and he met a few, so he could tell after spending so long together. Regardless of this fact, Qintong was not an ordinary paragon. He should be what Honger called a half-boundless paragon or failed boundless paragon. In other words, someone who was an eternal emperor and an everlasting empyreans, but failed to achieve boundless. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he became lost inside his own mind. Qintong's appearance changes a few small things because he cannot detect whether the latter is spying on him. However, there were other upsides to this situation. He might be able to ask for help in case of an emergency. He's the very social kind of person, which means it's easier to get information from him through regular discussions, analyzed Wang Wei. However, the issue is whether it would be as easy to get him to help. His brow furrowed. It should be relatively easy if I used his curiosity and gossipy nature. However, he's still a paragon and has lived a long life, meaning countless experiences. He will detect something if I go too far or is too obvious. Wang Wei never assumed these powerhouses were stupid. After living for so long, even a big will acquire wisdom by the sheer experience it would have lived through. So the best way to deal with someone like him is to be direct and not try to manipulate. Otherwise, he might react violently once he discovers it, or even have slight suspicions. He finished Qintong's character profile before focusing all his attention on the war. The good news is his mood was not as bad as before after that drink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16 Home Invasion. Wang Wei first checked the Star Beast battlefield. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Although their troops were facing a catastrophic defeat, the battle between powerhouses was in their favor, especially the confrontations between Eternals. His eyes shifted to an odd group on the battlefield. They were invisible to everyone else except Wang Wei. But they were not fighting or assassinating people. Their purpose was one thing: gathering dead bodies. Wang Wei smiled before shifting his eyes. The Commerce Hub's military advisor, Deng Chong, oversaw the battlefield while gritting her teeth. It was obvious that things were not proceeding as smoothly as she expected, which was causing her frustration. However, Wang Wei's gaze was not on her but on the people she was secretly communicating with. As he told the monkey, some people were already suspicious of his disappearance. The true rulers of the Commerce Hub started to freak out with this possibility. So many people called for a retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late for such a decision. It would be catastrophic if the troops were suddenly ordered to retreat. So, The president calmed everyone by proposing to prepare a secret squad of array masters to truly exile Wang Wei to the upper dimension if he ever showed up. Although many people knew this action would be futile if Wang Wei were still in the lower dimension, it still soothed many people's nerves. Wang Wei's gaze moved to the martial hegemony battlefield. Ao Shen, Huofeng Huang, his mother, and the Tao opening sect's Eternals were on this battlefield. Wang Wei checked on them, and they had killed a few Eternals but were still outnumbered. They should have no issue holding on, he thought before focusing on his grandfather. He saw a smirk on the corner of the old man's mouth as he battled an Eternal Emperor. Wang Wei could tell he was not only enjoying the battle, but also learning from it. With his 74 infant fiend god force, he was fighting a relatively weak Eternal, but it was an Eternal nonetheless. It might not be a bad idea for him to try to condense a primordial law before his battle with 9 suns, thought Wang Wei. He decided to suggest this to the old man. Although he knew he might not be happy since that would further delay his revenge battle with Emperor 9 Suns, it was better to be prepared than be sorry. Wang Wei finished his check with Su Shi and Yin Liling. Then, he wondered whether to reveal the 2 Eternal class puppets he acquired from the Qin's treasury. However, he chose otherwise after mulling it over briefly. It was not good for the Tao opening sect to reveal all its hidden cards. Void, Myriad Emperor World. The Fist Saint Emperor frowned as he looked at the world before him. The large group behind him remained quiet, leaving him to his thoughts. This was not the first time Head traveled to this place, so where did his hesitation originate from? Did he detect something the others did not? It's too easy, thought the Fist Saint Emperor. Their journey to this world community was too smooth. It was as if no one cared whether or not they attacked this world. It could even be said they were tempting people to invade. What made these people so confident? Was it a lie that the first heavenly emperor was exiled? Fist Saint frowned. He had sent an infiltrating squad with a potent talisman that would detect Wang Wei's existence. The president personally ordered me to hand over the talisman to him to ensure the news was correct, and as of now, the squad has returned and brought positive news. All signs showed nothing was wrong, but the more normal things look, the more suspicious I am, thought Fist Saint, his brow deeply furrowed. Commander, what's the order? These words woke him up from his thoughts, and he exhaled. Yes, said a hooded figure that suddenly appeared behind him. What information did you gather? Nothing, sir, replied Ian. I only did my task. Enter, use the talisman and bring back the result. The Fist Saint Emperor was briefly silent. He could not blame the latter since the upper echelons directly ordered their task. Do you want to try again? I'm afraid that's impossible, Commander, replied Ian. And why is that? Although I was there briefly, I still felt a great threat. So there are still powerhouses left to protect the world, summarized Fist Saint. Very likely. Then why haven't they established some form of protection around their world? He asked, pointing at the Myriad Emperor world. They are basically inviting us in. The enemy is likely very confident in their strength, or they have a powerful hidden trump card. No shit, Tao Overlord, sneered Fist Saint. The question is what? Ian lowered his head, not daring to utter another word or look the commander in the eyes. The Fist Saint Emperor exhaled deeply to calm down. He did not like failure. As such, his previous experience in this world was affecting his current mission. I can't be too cautious to the point of indecisiveness, he thought. This is a perfect window to attack, and I should take it before something truly unexpected occurs. Tell the troops to enter. Prepare for an ambush, he ordered calmly. The Fist Saint led by example by being the first to charge into the Myriad Emperor world. He raised his senses to the extreme, preparing for any changes, which did happen. He first noticed most of his troops were immediately teleported to distant places, and the Saint Fist Emperor frowned when his divine sense noticed the anomaly in the first area. The aura of all the mortal cultivators in that area dramatically decreased, and it was swift and sudden. Their attack potency stopped at Tier 4, and no one was an exception. Myriad portals opened up in that domain to teleport countless puppets and constructs. Mortals. Is this the power of mortal civilization? The Commerce Hub heard the news, but did not expect mortals to play a role in such a large-scale war involving great emperors. The Fist Saint Emperor turned his focus to another domain. He frowned because his other troops, which still retained their powers, were surrounded by another group of mortals, using something akin to this world's Dharma body. These mortals immediately started singing the song he heard the last time he was here, which boosted their powers and abilities. Then they began to slaughter his troops with paintings, poetry, calligraphy, and instruments. The third thing the Fist Saint Emperor noticed was that a few of his immortal tier soldiers, the weakest ones, were in an isolated domain protected by formation, but the top-tier powerhouses had disappeared. He immediately concluded they were teleported to the void battlefield, just like what had happened to him before. Many thoughts flashed in his mind as soon as he acquired the information through his divine sense. After processing it, the Fist Saint Emperor made his move. He decided to attack the order-disorder array or technique that allowed these mortals to partake in this war. We will have the number advantage as long as they regain their powers, and these mortals become weak and useless, he thought, but a voice echoed in the void before he could move. "I'm your opponent." The Fist Saint Emperor heard that sweet and angelic voice, and before he could react, his surroundings had changed. He was now in that vast emptiness with a power that was so dangerous yet tempting nothingness. He looked at the person before him, and his heart skipped a beat. "What a beauty!" he instinctively exclaimed. Although he had seen Su Shi, he felt the latter was the unapproachable kind of beauty. However, the woman before him was different. She was graceful and ethereal due to a sage-like aura. Her body released a mesmerizing scent that was a combination of flowers and sweet-smelling medicine. "What?" exclaimed the Fist Saint Emperor in his mind as his body involuntarily trembled. He just felt a terrifying killing intent locked on him, so intense that his legs lost control and wobbled. Although the thing appeared for less than a nanosecond, he knew he was not mistaken. He knew for a fact this killing desire did not originate from her, so he was on guard. The Fist Saint Emperor controlled his body to relax. "How may I address you?" Yen Liling frowned. She did not like this man's eyes. Although she was used to being stared at by men, most of them hid their desires well due to her strength and status. But this man only controlled his desires, not hid them. "I'm the Pill Sage Empress." Despite her feelings, she still respected her opponent because he's an eternal. "I am Dash, I know who you are," she said. "I don't have the time or patience for your nonsense. You're an intruder, and I'm here to slaughter you. So prepare yourself for battle." Rude, he thought. But why did he find her even more attractive? The Fist Saint Emperor exhaled before activating his awaken. He would not let his emotions affect this mission. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:17 The Guardian's Might. The Fist Saint Emperor's awaken transformed his body. The upper torso of his robe disappeared, leaving only the top. His skin turned red, with a golden mark running through his torso and arms. His aura was profound and grounded. Yen Liling frowned. The last time this person showed up, he had to use a formation to raise his strength to 50% Grand Dao Source or sixfold. That's why she separated him from his group. Now he had achieved fivefold strength on his own, showing the latter's talent or his importance to the commerce hub, she thought. He must be a core member, trained to be one of their best muscles. She sighed internally as she realized she should have paid more attention to the information from the Fate Shadow Guards. Yen Liling no longer focused on this issue. She only needed to ramify this behavior from now on. Then she activated her awaken, which materialized as a flaming robe around her blue hanfu and her black hair turning into flames. The Fist Saint Emperor's eyes lit up as he saw how much more beautiful she had become, but that would not stop him. Point concentration fist. He threw a punch, and a small black dot appeared before his fist. This black dot that resembled a miniature black hole was the embodiment of all his powers condensed into a single point. A terrifying black beam rushed from the black beam toward Yen Liling, releasing a terrible vibration capable of unrivaled subatomic particles from their bonds. Yen Liling casually waved her hand to manifest a cauldron that swallowed the black beam, and instantly condensed a black pill. She held the pill and crushed it, releasing the same technique back to its owner. Her actions were swift and fluent, and St. Fist was caught off guard. So he crossed his arm to block. His defensive measures succeeded, leaving only a few scratches on his red skin. However, Yin Liling was not done. Void Pill Bomb. Her cauldron made good use of the environment's power of nothingness. It condensed the energy around into pills that she exploded toward her opponent. St. Fist's intuition activated, and he quickly evaded, but one of the explosions was too fast and too close, so he had no choice but to punch it. His fist was capable of punching anything including life, death, space-time, and other concepts. However, St. Fist felt this explosion was corroding his arms, so he acted decisively and blew up one arm. Abandoning and regenerating a new one was the best choice in this scenario. Her main Tao is pill refining, so there is a high chance her physical body is her weakness. So, I need to get closer. St. Fist organized a battle plan based on the information he observed in this short confrontation, and the information from the hub. He knew all emperors from the myriad emperor world had terrible battle experiences, so directly approaching his opponent would not work as she would know how to control her weakness. Temporal Storm Fist. A phantom of the river of time materialized behind him as he punched her. A terrifying storm with the power of time rushed toward Yin Liling. If she were hit, her body would either age terribly or be erased from the very fabric of time. However, her response was a sneer. Your resonance with time Tao is weak compared to the real deal, she declared nonchalantly as her body released a purple flame that burned that temporal tempest. St. Fist ignored her as he rushed forward and punched a second time. This time, he used an attack that directly attacked the soul, her senses. To be specific, Yin Liling's eyes became dazed for a brief moment. This is my chance. He suddenly appeared above her head, and used one of his most powerful punches. St. Fist even used his best applications of Tao Will and Will manifestation. However, before his fist landed, a look of horror appeared on his face as he saw that smirk on his opponent's face. Boom. Yin Liling had activated her cauldron of strength, before punching St. Fist in his stomach with a fist full of chaos flame. The muscular man flew over 100 light-years away, before controlling his momentum. His stomach had a hole that showed through his body. St. Fist grunted before healing this injury, only leaving some black marks on the spot. Yin Liling squinted her eyes. Tao Holy Water? Her attack was perfectly timed, and with her advanced application of true will, this should have been a genuine life injury. But St. Fist was completely fine, and even instantly removed her true will. Did he store Tao Holy Water inside his body for this battle? What a waste of resources. No matter how much I try to overestimate your people, you always surpass my estimation, sighed the St. Fist Emperor. However, Yin Liling responded with a colossal flame palm condensed from Chaos Flame. How rude, thought St. Fist before using his Universe Fist. His punch was backed by the destruction of thousands of universes as large as a heaven will. The flame dispersed, so he thought he had scattered the attack, but he was wrong. The flame was only bait. Yin Liling captured all the force behind his attacks, and condensed them into a pill that temporarily increased her physical abilities. She took one step to teleport in front of St. Fist before slapping him. He wanted to evade, but she was too fast. He also feared his attack would once again be absorbed and condensed into a pill. His hesitation doomed him as he now no longer had the opportunity to choose. So he could only condense a shield before him from the blood energy in his body. Boom. St. Fist flew into the distance. But this time away, he did not float in the empty void. 10 metal gates materialized in his path, and he crashed into them. St. Fist spewed a large mouthful of blood after breaking through the first gate, and his Buddhist injuries worsened once he passed through all 10. What kind of metal are those damn doors made of? He thought. The answer is chaos metal, said Yin Liling. I've personally tempered and refined them for this technique, if you can call it one. Can you read my mind? What do you think? The St. Fist Emperor immediately panicked. He knew mind-reading techniques are unique across the entire lower dimension. He's not talking about the run-of-the-mill technique, where someone uses their divine senses to bypass another's defenses and read their minds and memories. True mind-reading techniques are subtle and undetectable. They are rare across the entire dimension because an unknown force, most like true heavenly Tao, restricts their developments or creations. Most of them appeared in the form of unique bloodlines or awakened abilities. The techniques that contain such methods usually disappear or become extinct for unknown reasons. I need to calm down. Mind reading is a very rare technique, and she cannot develop such an ability. As for learning it, well, she might, since Buddhism once had such a technique, but its revival was recent, and it should have been lost. That's a great rationale to trick yourself, said Yen Liling, nodding her head. Saint Fist's face turned pale before reacting swiftly. He entered a state of absolute concentration with little to no distraction. Yes, that's a good way to deal with the situation, Yen Liling added, continuing her mind game. Saint Fist did not react and went on the offensive. Heaven Fist. His fist resonated with Heaven Tao, so it contained countless calculations. All possibilities to prevent the enemy from evading, all possibilities to increase the punch's attack potency, speed and force control, all possibilities to hit a weak spot, and all possibilities to ensure victory. This punch is bordering on perfection, thought Yen Liling as she watched it coming. Her mind went into overdrive, calculating the best way to defend, and she only had one thought. She could not defend or evade. In that case, I shouldn't. Pill body explosion. She turned her body into an explosion pill, which turned into a bomb upon contact. Saint Fist was perfectly intact, as his punch also considered this possibility. Meanwhile, a black cauldron manifested in the distance, releasing an intense herbal smell. Then, Yen Liling's new body emerged from the open cauldron. I must admit that this technique was brilliant, she praised calmly. I'm glad you think so. This is my life's masterpiece, said Saint Fist with a smug look. I also know there is no way you developed it on your own. How insulting, said Saint Fist, slightly raising his voice. There is nothing worse than a man having his pride trampled on in front of the woman he loves, let alone by her. I'm not diminishing your talent, but stating a logical conclusion, she added. Despite everything that has happened, it has been a very short time since all the Heavenwell worlds ended their final battles. So, there is no way for you to have created such a technique in such a short period without access to the dream world or any foreign aid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18 The Secrets of the Mind. The Fist Saint Emperor blushed in shame as she was correct. As a core eternal emperor of the Commerce Hub, they trust him immensely, and he was placed on the list of people to be trained at all costs, especially after seeing Wang Wei's threat level. As such, he was chosen as one of the 2 people to be granted a potential mirror, a one-time use chaos treasure that can bring out a person's potential in advance. It's very rare. Throughout the Commerce's history, they've only had 5. They used the remaining 2 in this war. The mirror is why he achieved 5-fold strength in such a short period, and how he created many of his most powerful techniques, including the Heaven Fist. Let's not mention this, said Saint Fist, coughing lightly. How about we stop this fight? I think you should know this is pointless. You guys cannot win this war without him on your side. We can stop this fight if you surrender and let yourself be captured. Yen Liling replied calmly. I promise you, in the name of this world's guardian, that you will be treated fairly as a prisoner, and your life will be guaranteed until we've passed judgment on your fate. World's guardian? He thought, deciding that she used this particular phrase because it was crucial. Why should I surrender since we have the advantage? And how would you know that? Yen Liling rebutted. You've been stuck in this place, cut off from the outside world. Did Wang Wei show up? Who knows? Saint Fist snorted coldly. Your mind game won't work on me. If he did, I would have been notified. At the very least, I would sense a shift in the world. If he doesn't want to be detected, what can you people do? Sneered Yen Liling, making Saint Fist quiet. He exhaled to calm down. Is there no room for discussion? I'm afraid not. Very well. Heaven Fist, All he could think was to end this battlefield as swiftly as possible, so he used one of his most powerful techniques to end things. Yen Liling was calmed as she suddenly swallowed a pill. Illusory pill, Grand Dao Source pill. Heaven Dao, her bodice or changed, becoming more vast and grand. Her eyes turned cold and indifferent. This feeling is fascinating, thought Yen Liling. She felt she knew all the secrets, knowledge, taboos, and truths about heaven. It took her a moment to rein her mind to prevent this sensation from influencing her spirit and personality. Heaven Fist. Saint Fist's face did not hide his horror, as his opponent used the same technique. Their clash released a shockwave that reached the other immortal tier powerhouses fighting on this battlefield. Yen Liling took a few steps backward in the void as she was pushed back a few thousand kilometers. Again, she declared as she teleported before him and used the same technique. Saint Fist reacted on instinct and used his Heaven Fist. She took this opportunity to activate her mind reflection technique, to read his mind and get all the data on this technique. Bang! Yen Liling was only pushed a dozen meters backward, and she went for a third attack. Saint Fist was not stupid and wanted to use another technique to prevent her from copying it, but it was too late. Her third fist was on par with his. A golden shield appeared around, and it perfectly blocked the attack. Huh! Muttered Yen Liling. A defensive technique? I see. You used your resonance with Heaven Dao to deduce a defensive method of your Heaven Fist technique. However, this should be your limit, right? She was correct. The mirror of potential is based on a person's talent and potential. He could only create these two brilliant techniques. All right, let's end this pointless fight, Yen Liling declared before using the Heaven Fist for the fourth time. Boom. The Fist Saint Emperor's protection broke, forcing him to display his horror. He could not understand how her attack could surpass him in just a few seconds of conversation. The answer to your question is very complicated and involves sensitive information, so I can't tell you, said Yen Liling with a gentle smile. She used the Heaven Dao, the previous data, and her future Buddha self to deduce a higher level of this technique, but as she said, she could not reveal such information. Saint Fist's body trembled. Her voice might appear sweet to the outside, but to him, she sounded like a devil who enjoyed tormenting people's minds. Yen Liling did not hesitate to attack with the same technique. She wanted to destroy him physically and spiritually, and killing him with his own technique would help. Saint Fist's body and soul disintegrated into particles smaller than quarks. Yen Liling experienced everything and even checked with her divine sense, but she could not help but frown. Whenever an eternal dies, even if it's not true death, there is a unique aura in the atmosphere. Not to mention that an eternal like Saint Fist would have his own vision for his death, since he did not die on one of the battlefields where there were too many deaths for heaven and earth to count. She suddenly turned to her right before sighing. A new and intact Saint Fist had materialized in the position near her. A longevity technique? No, this felt familiar. The Heaven Daos effect was still on, so she immediately realized the source of the familiarity. One of the spies, Yu Zhou. You're immortal, she declared. That's right, he nodded. My life is linked to our headquarters, so until it is destroyed, I'm immortal. Yen Liling grunted before waving her hand to release a purple poison cloud. Saint Fist tried to defend himself, but the cloud corrupted his golden shield before turning his body into stone. However, the stone body disintegrated before another body materialized. Let's stop this pointless battle, said Saint Fist. Although you're stronger than me, I will outlast you. Big brother, called out Yen Liling in her mind. I know what you want to ask, responded Wang Wei. His link is delicate, and I cannot do anything until I have full control of the headquarters. So seal him until then to prevent any trouble. All right. Yen Liling waved her hand to summon a cauldron that swallowed the Saint Fist Emperor despite his resistance. I've never refined a immortal before, commented Yen Liling. Meanwhile, Saint Fist tried to kill himself to be revived elsewhere on the battlefield, but his plan failed despite a few efforts. Muttered Yen Liling as she noticed something. He escaped? Did he revive himself in his homeworld? This guy is becoming a cockroach, she grunted. Big brother, he escaped. I see. It's fine. I'll teleport him back to you if he shows up again, replied Wang Wei. By the way, your conjecture was correct. Which one? The one about mind-reading techniques. Yan Liling awakened her ability a few days after proving the Tao due to her soul's mutation. She tried it on others, and it worked even on Wang Wei. The only exception was when he used the illusory pill to achieve taboo strength. So Wang Wei was already developing techniques to protect his mind, not from ordinary mind-reading ability, but from talented people like Yan Liling. Did you find something in his mind? Yes. The Commerce Hub had the same suspicions as you and conducted experiments. So, they also believe true heavenly Tao has severely restricted mind-reading methods. Good to know. Wang Wei had noticed this anomaly very early on in his cultivation journey, and he had deduced many truths from that observation. For example, the world does not function on any absolute, so how is the power of fate limited? Its counterpart, free will. But how is free will manifested? The answer should be the ability to make choices, but the true root of this answer is the mind, the thing that makes these choices. As early as when Wang Wei first created his fate puppeteer physique, when he first encountered the river of fate, he was almost swallowed by its all-encompassing power. He only survived because he realized that the river could not read his mind, and used this fact to survive. Since then, he has known how important the mind would be for him to one day achieve his goal of absolute freedom, and he has also understood the importance of true mind-reading techniques. You reminded me of the importance of the Commerce Hub's database, said Wang Wei. This institution has existed for so long that it must have gathered much lost knowledge and secrets. Don't forget to keep their pill recipe and knowledge on runes for me. No problem, nodded Wang Wei. By the way, you can also study the disruption rune before I gift it. A portal appeared before Yan Liling to drop Emperor Jia's book, and she caught it with a smile. She immediately read it and became lost in thought, forgetting she would see her husband after this match. Meanwhile, Li Jun was clicking his tongue while shaking his head in the Samsara court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:19 Greatest Weapon. Wang Wei looked at the distracted Yan Liling and shook his head. He guessed the disruption rune must have inspired her, so he looked forward to what she would do with it. He gazed at the mortal civilizations and the mortal Tao art to ensure nothing unexpected would occur now that Yan Liling was distracted. He sent orders to one of the puppets to keep watch of the world. Finally, Wang Wei checked on the Netherhell seal before shifting his attention to someone else, or to be specific, another group, the innate demon gods leaders. Some people realized these people's identities and lusted after their bodies and bloodlines. Their situation appeared dire as countless powerhouses surrounded each of them. Wang Wei even detected people from the corpse-selling sects secretly encroaching on these people, most likely interested in their dead bodies. This is a perfect opportunity to help them and increase their allegiance to the myriad emperor world. He thought before scanning every battlefield to see how he could send help to these people. However, everybody was occupied and could not leave their stations. The best option would be to free Ji Lanfang, but his release would increase these people's suspicions. So, my other option is to use some people from the Fate Shadow Guard or... Wang Wei pricked his finger to draw a single drop of blood, and when it fell on the ground, 5 clones of him with weak aura, relative to him, appeared. Then these 5 individuals turned into different people, including men and women of different sizes, appearances, and even personalities. You're now mercenaries hired from world communities unaffiliated with the Commerce Hub. Go find Tai Gang. He will order you to help these innate lives. The clones bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei continued his observation and planning before muttering, "It's about time for this farce to end." He ordered Wang Ju and the Fate Shadow Guards to prepare for mobilization. It was almost time for them to play their parts. Void Zone. Su Shi floated in the void with a pink hanfu, looking more feminine and beautiful than ever. She glanced at the handsome young man before her, dressed in all white, with a natural arrogance and nobility that could compare with Huofeng Huang, if not better. "You're the last person I expect to take orders from the Commerce Hub," said Su Shi. Where is Wang Wei? Asked Chu Luo. Haven't you heard? He's been exiled to the upper dimension. I don't believe that for a second. This fact was obvious to Chu Luo, not only because he knew what kind of talent it took to become a Tao overlord, but due to the actions of the myriad Emperor World's Eternals. All these people work together because there is a monster above them to restrict their actions, forcing them to act accordingly and follow the rules. So, what would they do once that monster was no longer here? They would show their fangs, returning to their lesser or basic instinct of greed and unrestrained competition. Chu Luo knew there was a flaw to this analysis, and it was patriotism. These Eternals might have continued to band together to protect their home world. But that's not how things are looking. They continued acting as if that monster still had its leash on them. They entered this war without hesitation, and the confidence that they would be the winner never wavered. Chu Luo had no choice but to conclude that Wang Wei was playing a major scheme, and this was nothing but a facade. Since you don't believe it, why are you fighting on the opposite side? Asked Su Shi. I want a fair revenge match. Revenge? From what he told me, he lost his fight against you. Did he think I would not realize he let me win? Sneered Chu Luo. Not only did I realize what he did, I also deduced why he did it. His eyes flashed with mockery and anger. I guess I should thank him. So, after the fight with him, you realized the true potential of the Nine Extremity Foundation, and tried to reach perfection. After succeeding and proving the Tao, you thought you were on par with him and prepared for a fair match since your ego could not accept the last result. Then you heard about his strength and accomplishment and could not accept such a result, thinking these people exaggerated his powers. Then, when the Commerce Hub came to you with an offer you could not refuse, you accepted since this was the perfect opportunity to prove you were right. Did I miss something? No, you did not, Chu Luo replied calmly, his emotions or aura not fluctuating in the slightest. Unfortunately for you, the rumors are true. You paled in comparison to his strength. That remains to be proven. Su Shi shook her head. Get past me first before anything else. I suppressed you once and I can do it again, Chu Luo declared as he activated his awaken. His white robe turned into clouds, along with his pupils, who also appeared as white as a blank canvas. His aura was vast and ethereal, like a god of creation about to breathe life into an entirely new universe filled with life. As expected, his strength was on par with me, thought Su Shi. She achieved a strength of peak sixfold. However, she knew she was this fast because Wang Wei helped her accelerate the process. Otherwise, she would never achieve it so quickly. Yet Chu Luo did so without someone like Wang Wei for help, assuming he did not receive aid from the Commerce Hub. As soon as I ascend, I must reforge my foundation, she thought while activating her awaken. Su Shi knew she was approaching the limit that her current foundation would allow her to stack Grand Tao boosts, which is a problem that restricts all cultivators from reaching the higher levels of the battle realm. In other words, even if she had increased her understanding of Tao imprint, her body wouldn't have been able to bear it without the proper Tao foundation. Chu Luo raised his hand to summon a sword. Ultimate Swordsman's Sword. With the power of creation, he created a weapon with the power of a pure swordsman on par with Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang. No, even more powerful, given his respective strength. Swish. Chu Luo's hand left shadows as he moved so swiftly, releasing slash after slash, each containing unparalleled powers. Su Shi realized the terror of these attacks and reacted swiftly. Her body became transparent, and the slashes passed through her, as if she were intangible. Chu Luo's eyes narrowed as he realized what had happened. She temporarily sent her body into a parallel timeline to evade, so he slashed once again with the intent to cut off spacetime itself. Su Shi created a sword with the fabric of spacetime and countered the attack. Her sword slash erased the enemy's slash from time itself before continuing forward. The sword in Chu Luo's hand suddenly changed, beginning to release the same spatial temporal aura as his opponent. He used the same attack, canceling hers. Death of time. What would happen if time were to die? Chu Luo's body stopped moving since time no longer existed, but was that all it did? No. Time is linked to causality, So his past, present, and future were erased, including all his karmic connections, such as his parents. Without time, he lost all ability for experience, including growth and improvement. Without his past, all his achievements became pointless. There was also the breakdown of the laws of physics or the existence of many concepts, but these were the least of Chu Luo's problems. Birth of time. The sword in his hand turned into a cauldron, releasing a power that recreated the space-time continuum that Su Shi had destroyed, reverting things to how they used to be. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. They both had the same thoughts at the same time. However, Chu Luo was the first to realize why. She's extremely familiar with how I fight. Although this was a short confrontation, he noticed this anomaly. It did not take him to deduce why. That damn dream world, he thought. His battle IQ and experience are not less than mine, Su Shi analyzed after their initial clash to test each other. He probably used his creation Tao to create something similar to the dream world to train himself. She was instantly jealous of the versatility of creation Tao. However, what is the anomaly I'm thinking about? Whisper of the heart. Chu Luo began to whistle a tune, and Su Shi's expression changed as she immediately entered a defensive state. Chu Luo smirked. He had refined a new pair of eyes for himself with the Tao of Truth. In other words, his new eyes were a talent called Eyes of Truth. With his new eyes, he saw and exploited a small flaw in his opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:20 Rumors. As Su Shi summoned her chaos pot, which spewed a veil of primordial chaos to protect her. In the meantime, she dealt with the attack on her mind. She found herself in a world of her mind with nothing in sight. As she was about to try something to leave this place, she heard an alluring voice. Do you think he truly loves you? Su Shi frowned as the voice seemed familiar. Do you think he has changed? He has, replied Su Shi as she mustered a terrifying power of chaos to destroy this mind space. Can you trust him while he's separated from you? Do you trust him not to find another woman? Said the enchanting voice. If I didn't trust him, I would not stay with him, Su Shi declared. Then you're better than me, said the voice who finally appeared. A heart devil? The person looked exactly like Su Shi. More like a manifestation of your insecurities. Insecurities? Those are bold terms, sneered Su Shi. What insecurities do I have? Of course it is about our Xiaofan, said Heart Su Shi. Nonsense, uttered Su Shi calmly as she waved his hand to send a black slash with the power to wipe out time itself. However, the attack passed through the other as if she were intangible. Why are you reacting so fiercely if I'm only talking nonsense? Because your words and even your existence are an insult to me, rebutted Su Shi. Do you think my relationship with him defines me? Do you think I spent every waking hour thinking about my husband? Do you think my life has no meaning without him around? Isn't it? Asked Heart Su Shi with a devilish smile. Her words contained a power that was extremely alluring to the mind. Maybe in the past, but not now, not ever again, said Su Shi. I've grown. He's grown. And now, our lives are better than before. Maybe things will change, but that goes for every relationship. Heart Su Shi looked at her genuine self before rapidly dissipating. The real Su Shi thought this charade had ended, but she was wrong. A second one appeared. What is it this time? She could tell that time was passing slower in this mind space than outside, but that did not change the fact that time was still passing. If she did not leave quietly, Chu Luo would break through her defense and severely injure her. There have been rumors that you have entered a secret relationship with Wang Wei, snicked the second Heart Su Shi. So is it true? Even if it's not, you should really entertain this idea. Su Shi's mouth twitched. Of course, she had heard of the rumors. They were everywhere in the dream world, and one of the most talked about things in that space. However, she knew how ridiculous these rumors were. First, she was not this kind of woman. Second, this man was head over heels in love with his wife. Your words are an even bigger insult than the first one. Oh come on. You two are the most beautiful people in the lower dimension. He's the most powerful ever. And you're the most powerful woman, said Heart Su-Sure. Now that you're close friends, I think you would be a perfect match, not to mention the alliance that could be created between your factions if you two got together. Su-Sure exhaled deeply, not hiding her frustration. I'm going to say this once and only once. Wang Wei loves his wife, and he only wants her in his life. If something happened to their relationship, he would remain alone for the rest of his eternal life. And I feel the same way. In this life, I will have only one husband and no one else. How boring, replied Heart Devil while smacking her lips. She disappeared, and Su-Sure opened her eyes to see that her veil of primordial chaos was almost broken. Horror of primordial chaos. Primordial chaos is vast, infinite, and ancient. Throughout its existence and development since the beginning of times, how many horrifying life forms have been created or grown to such a level? Too many to count. And today, Chu Luo confronted a fragment of one of those entities. He saw a pair of eyes hidden by a black-red fog, and his body trembled instinctively out of fear. Before he could react, Chu Luo felt his mind, spirit, and unique emperor's soul rapidly collapsing. The very presence of this being's presence was enough to destroy him on a conceptual level. Chu Luo acted swiftly and created a universe inside his mind with countless lives before linking all their souls and willpower to his own, allowing him to resist this attack. Su-Sure took this opportunity to kick her opponent. She used a fleshly body divine ability, the weight of primordial chaos. And the attack was intense, capable of annihilating worlds, the very fabric of space-time, and countless concepts. Chu Luo made a split decision to create a piece of armor made of the strongest metal, which primordial chaos itself had tempered. His move was brilliant, as his armor could now block most of the primordial chaos power from his opponent. However, the sheer force behind the kick still sent him flying a few thousand kilometers. I understand the anomaly I sensed before, thought Su-Sure. Your creation Tao is no longer limited, is it? When he countered his technique, she noticed how he did not use a weapon to use the power of creation, but just wielded it as if it were a natural part of him. Chu Luo calmly looked at her without answering. You must have used Gu Xian's deception Tao. Her deduction was correct. After studying the inheritance, Chu Luo worked hard to gain full power over creation Tao. So, he refined a deception emperor soul instead of creation to allow himself to deceive Grand Tao into thinking he was a true Tao overlord. Once that was done, Chu Luo rarely used his true creation Tao because he knew using such a crooked path could earn him the ire of Grand Tao, leading to his death. So in most fights he only used his limited creation Tao unless it was absolutely necessary. Omicron M Song of Eternity. Su-Sure's pot spewed a fog that rapidly turned into a zither. A projection of the river of time materialized behind her as she played, and a beautiful melody emanated from it. Under Su-Sure's guidance, a terrifying vibration that combines sounds or music from the past, present, and future rushed toward her opponent. Before the vibration arrived, Chu Luo heard strange music in his mind, which hurt his spirit. He heard many different zither players from the beginning of time, until the last musician in the universe. God of music and vibration. Chu Luo snapped his finger to create a god whose sole power is absolute control or mastery over music and vibrations. A large phantom of a man in all white, sitting cross-legged with a zither before him, materialized behind him. The god plucked one string to release a vibration that countered Su-Sure. Their clash released a shockwave that could have destroyed countless great thousand worlds. However, this was just the beginning. As these two masterful musicians clashed, the melodies they created reverberated from the void zone to the martial hegemony and myriad emperor world communities. People who heard the sound had different reactions. Some felt they heard the most murderous songs between heaven and earth, almost driving them to madness. Others heard the most beautiful notes in the universe, elevating their minds and spirits to a higher plane of existence. A small majority had illusions that they either saw the most beautiful woman or man in existence, or saw the person they loved most in their lives. And those were just the three main reactions after hearing that song. Su-Sure frowned as she saw how easily her technique was cancelled. Our strength is relative to each other. So this fight is likely to end in a draw. She was unhappy with this news, and it was the same for Chu Luo, who figured out the same thing. They looked at each other, and their auras clashed. They were both extremely competitive, and no one wanted to give up, especially given the result of their first fight. Su Shi saw this battle as an opportunity for payback, while Chu Luo felt humiliated that someone he could kill with one slap was not on the same level as him. Chu Luo's eyes narrowed. He had a way of ending this as swiftly as possible, but his pride would not allow him to use this method. I can still win, he thought as he used one piece of information that his eyes of truth detected. A sword manifested in his hand, and it was releasing a weird aura. Causality sword. Chu Luo swung his weapon, targeting Su Shi's past. To be precise, he wanted to wipe out one specific event in her life. The time Lin Fan gave her the Dao seed, and she inherited everything from him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:21 Wrap it up. Want to erase my past? Two can play at this game, Su Shi thought as she summoned a blade with the power of time. Time-erasing blade. With one swing, the river of time vibrated, an indication of its manipulation. Chu Luo's face changed as his eyes of truth realized what his opponent was doing. She was erasing an important part of his life. She wanted to erase his participation in the Gu Xian trial. He swiftly changed the target of his causality sword to counter her time erasure. The river of time once again released a strange vibration as these two confronted each other in an attempt to erase each other's past. Boom. A terrifying power pushed Su Shi and Chu Luo's back a few light years away. Their complexion turned pale as they spewed blood. Backlash? They thought, and they were correct. The river of time was annoyed by their attempt to influence the past and taught them a small lesson, telling them they were not yet worthy to play on that level. They looked at each other before going on the offensive. Su Shi did not hesitate to use one of her most brilliant and powerful techniques. Death of primordial chaos. Primordial chaos is the origin of all things and lives in the universe. According to the natural evolution of the chaos universe, it is one of the first things that came into existence. So what will happen if it dies? Su Shi had this question and used her chaos and death subdeos to find the answer. So once primordial chaos dies, returning to a state before it existed or was created, the only thing remaining is nothingness. Primordial chaos was created from a state of nothingness. The universe's birth is a process from nothing to something, from non-existent to existence, and from imaginary to real. With this technique, Su Shi managed to control a bit of the power of nothingness, which slightly surprised Chu Luo. However, he remained calm as he watched this terrifying power, manifested as a dark gray cloud, rush toward him to reduce him to nothingness. It's so beautiful, yet terrifying, he thought as he gazed at that cloud. His thought was running faster than any photons. This technique was brilliant, but he had ways to deal with it. I could create a void chaos converter cauldron that transformed nothingness into primordial chaos. Although I would need to be extra careful to ensure the terrifying power did not swallow my technique, it could still work. But if I did this, we would return back to where we started. An even match. Chu Luo frowned. His eyes told him the only way to end this battle was to use that method or spend decades or even hundreds of years fighting until someone made a mistake. He sighed. No need to let my ego get in the way. Anyway, once I use it, Wang Wei will have no choice but to show up. Chu Luo's aura suddenly increased. In less than a second, his aura suddenly increased from the peak 6-fold to 9-fold or 65% Grand Dao Source. However, this was not the end, as his strength soon climbed to 67% Grand Dao Source before stopping. His aura alone made the dark gray cloud slow down. Su Shi was shocked. The sudden increase in strength was not something that she expected. Is this? However, before she could finish that thought or even react, Chu Luo clutched his hand, and a powerful force instantly destroyed her technique. Be gone, he boldly declared, creating a gargantuan palm with extreme power and speed. Everything proceeded so fast that Sushar had no time to react. Bang! This attack released a terrifying shockwave throughout most of the lower dimensions. However, once the dust settled, Sushar was perfectly fine, and that's because of a handsome young man with silver-gray hair and eyes floating before her. Wang Wei calmly looked at Chu Luo. No plan is perfect, even for someone like him. He knew the Commerce Hub had their hidden trump cards and had speculated what they were since his divination failed him due to them previously using the four-symbol mirror and the power from their headquarters. Now he knew. It was a talisman that could provide an individual with all the powers from their headquarters. They used the potential mirror to cultivate high-end emperors that could bear the power of talisman because, unlike the ones Wang Wei could condense at will, the Commerce Hub source of power was much harder to harness. So if any regular emperors used that talisman, they could die instead of becoming powerful. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he had figured out other things now that Chu Luo showed up, and the karmic strings were easier to read. The Commerce Hub did give him something to increase his strength, but it was not the potential mirror. That went to their real greatest weapon. I knew you would show up, Chu Luo said, his eyes more profound than ever. And it seems the rumors are true. Wang Wei focused on him. I've lowered all my defenses, so your eyes should have told you that you have zero chance of winning against me. So what now? Chu Luo was silent. He was telling the truth. Currently, his eyes were working on overdrive, trying to deduce any possibility of victory. And the result was always the same, 0. Even with its augmented power from the talisman, the result could not change. It doesn't matter. I just want a fair fight in which I'm not granted victory. Wang Wei was not surprised by this response. People like Chu Luo and Yi Dafu insist on fighting him despite knowing they won't win because they do not want his existence to become a flaw or heart devil to their cultivation path. So no matter how unconquerable that tall mountain that is his existence is, they will face it, even if it means death. However, Wang Wei's philosophy has always been not to fight when words are enough to deal with the problem. Why are you still in the lower dimension? What do you mean? Chu Luo was genuinely concerned by this sudden and odd question. You were there during Gu Xian's trial and heard about the upper dimension situation. So, Wang Wei looked at him oddly. What are you getting at? Asked Chu Luo, annoyed. The situation has detonated. A major war has already started, and people are forced to take sides. Aren't you worried about your parents? From what I heard, no one can escape from this war. Chu Luo's face changed. You're not lying to me to force me to leave, right? What did your eyes tell you? Chu Luo's atmosphere became somber. He knew some information about the upper dimension situation and was worried, but he convinced himself things were not as bad based on how the trial proceeded, and the fact his parents showed up to help him deal with Gu Xian. Now he understood how wrong his assumption was. Chu Luo no longer hesitated. He took one step to teleport back to the Emperor Dao world. He had little to no affection for his homeworld, and only had a few more things to deal with. Once he finished, he would immediately ascend to the upper dimension. Chu Luo did not care about the Heavenly Emperor's position, the benefits, or even the karma he owed to the Commerce Hub. All he cared about was his parents and how they might be in danger. So, after returning home, he used his current strength to create a few things that may help once that power left his body before ascending. No wonder this guy failed his Supreme Outlaw trial. Although his intelligence might be close to that level, his ability to control and regulate his emotions was terrible, thought Wang Wei. I'm sorry, said Su Shi with a sigh. She was not apologizing for losing, but how she lost. Chu Luo timed his strength gain and attack so perfectly that she did not have the opportunity to activate Wang Wei's talisman and gain his strength. It's fine, nodded Wang Wei. He would not blame her as Chu Luo was a talented genius, and accidents were expected to happen when dealing with him. What now? Now it's time to wrap things up, said Wang Wei, who made a yanking motion from the void to summon a middle-aged man dressed in all black. This man was the Black Heart Emperor, the Commerce Hub's ultimate weapon. He used the potential mirror to achieve a peak 6-fold strength, and a Grand Dao Foundation pill to temporarily reach 7-fold. The next step was to use the same talisman as Chu Luo to reach the strength of 10-fold and compete with Wang Wei. Sadly, he would not have this chance. Before this man could even activate the Grand Tao Foundation, Wang Wei annihilated him. He did not have the chance to process his surroundings, scream, or do anything else. He was gone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:22 Operation Sleeper 2.0. Wang Wei scanned the battlefield. He took measures to ensure people would not notice his presence, but the death of the Black Heart Emperor would be noticed before long. He groaned before muttering a few words. "You have the blessing of fates." His simple words generated a power that instantly covered the entire lower dimension. Then, all the survivors from his faction suddenly felt an overwhelming confidence. It was like they knew they would be the final winner no matter the circumstances. That confidence soon transformed into a strength that ensured their victory. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before looking at Su Shi. "Do you want to continue or return home?" "I can still fight." "Then go support the Star Beast battlefield." Wang Wei disappeared, returning to the Commerce Hub's headquarters. He summoned a screen before him. "It's time for you to act." "As you wish, my lord," said Wang Ju. Central Commerce World. The Commerce Hub knew the importance of having the strength to maintain its grip over the lower dimension. So they have long invaded another world and turned it into their training ground. The upper echelons of the hub control 99% of emperor lineages in this world. They use these factions for one purpose: to brainwash talented individuals to train powerful thugs for their rules. The Fifth Saint Emperor had a frown on his face. Since his return home, he's felt something was wrong, and no matter what he tried, he could not stop this feeling. "Am I just being paranoid? I should be completely safe in this place, right?" thought Saint Fist. He knew how well protected this place was, and even if Wang Wei showed up, he could not conquer this place easily due to the sheer amount of powerful arrays protecting this world. If Commerce's headquarters were their most powerful attacking weapon, this world would be their most defensive. The hub placed a lot of resources in this training ground to ensure that this world would create powerful emperors for them. Because of the balance mechanism and other factors, they have not cultivated many Eternals until this generation, but the number of pseudo-Eternals they've cultivated was astronomical. In this world's history, there have been many periods where Eternals appeared for hundreds of consecutive generations. All these people would leave a protective array worldwide to protect it, but even then, that is not the full extent of the security. To combat the balance mechanism, the Commerce Hub would order their trained Heaven Chosen to travel to other Heavenwell worlds and gain citizenship before returning home to protect their home. They would sponsor talents from other worlds, promising they would help after proving the Tao. So there is no doubt that the Central Commerce World is the most powerful Heavenwell world in the lower dimension. "I need to calm down. This place is safe," thought the Fifth Saint Emperor, exhaling deeply to release the tension and pressure. However, less than 10 seconds later, he received an emergency talisman that flew from the void. His face turned ugly after absorbing the information inside. Black Heart had mysteriously disappeared. He stood up from his cultivation mat, preparing to rush to the meeting. Saint Fist sensed something, and his eyes penetrated his room to see the sky above the world. He saw a bright golden shield that greatly reassured him. Most of the panic he felt abated, and he calmly teleported to the meeting room. Everyone saluted him as soon as he appeared. Although Saint Fist was trained as their pawn, it did not change the fact that he was an eternal emperor and deserved respect. Additionally, after Blackheart's disappearance, he was the most powerful powerhouse they had who they knew was 100% loyal. The Fifth Saint Emperor nodded to all the elders as he sat in one of the elevated positions. He looked around and knew most of the people since they were the true rulers of the Commerce Hub. "Where is Tian Wenyan?" asked one of the leaders. He returned home as soon as the previous meeting ended. Home? Shouldn't he stay in the headquarters to ensure there were no problems? As the president, he needed to activate the continent's power in case of an emergency. He claimed there was an emergency back home, but based on the recent situation, it's obvious that he sensed an anomaly even before us. I knew we should not have re-elected that bastard. Although he has a brilliant strategic mind, I always knew he was a coward. No, things are not adding up. Why didn't he retreat here to this place? Does he think there are places even more secure than here? Or does he know something that we don't? He knew this place would be the first to be attacked in case something went wrong. Everyone looked at the person who said these words since it was a woman's voice they did not recognize. Their faces changed when they saw a hooded individual standing in the room. They wondered how long she'd been there, and how none of the eternal class powerhouses detected her. Saint Fist and a few others wanted to react, but they discovered shadow tentacles attached to their shadows, rendering them immobile. They mobilized all their strength to resist, but it was useless. Your destiny has run out, Wang Ju declared. It's a shame that my master's heavenly emperor era had to rise from your ashes. She shook her head in disappointment. None of these needed to happen if these people were wise enough to understand the situation and surrender. How did you bypass our defenses? Asked Saint Fist with clenched teeth. Bypass? Why must I do that when I've always been here? You've been planning all of this? Yes, and for a very long time, nodded Wang Ju. The Central Commerce World is a well-protected secret. In fact, few world communities know of its existence, and the ones who have heard of it think it's only a myth. However, after hearing of this myth, Wang Wei tasked them to find this place, and it became a primary mission for the Fate Shadow Guards. What are you going to do with us? Saint Fist asked, trying to buy some time to see if he could kill himself and use his immortality to escape the current predicament. However, Wang Ju no longer entertained him. She motioned with her hand, and countless guards appeared in the room. They each chose one of the commerce's rulers and pointed it in their forehead to manifest their fate lines. Then, the fate guards released a weird-looking gray insect that attached itself to the fate line before fusing with it. This resulted in them turning in their chosen individuals and inheriting everything from them, including their fate. You, said Saint Fist as he realized what these people were doing. However, no one paid attention to them. The Fate Shadow Guards only chose a few people, and the rest were executed. Wang Ju did not hesitate to kill all the immortal sovereigns while preserving the bodies for her master. She then sealed Saint Fist before killing the remaining pseudo-eternals. Who knows how to control this world's protection formation? She asked, and a few guards raised their hands. Take complete control of it, and prepare to move it back home. After giving the order, Wang Ju continued to overview this operation. This operation did not occur only in the Central Commerce World. Across all 1,000 world communities that the Commerce Hub controlled, countless sects were now being infiltrated and replaced by Fate Shadow Guard members. This plan was nothing new as it was just a larger-scale operation of the one against Dtion's sleepers. However, Wang Wei knew he would need a lot of manpower for it to succeed, so he used the Commerce Hub and his soul network ability to expand and gather more members. Wang Ju continued her oversight of this operation. She would receive information from across the lower dimension, through the soul network. She would respond based on the situation. In some cases, she had to travel to some worlds to ensure nothing went wrong. Wang Wei smiled as he watched things proceed smoothly. It would be easy for him to destroy all the Commerce Hub's forces and rulers, but what then? How can he control such a large-scale enterprise as swiftly as possible without any problem? He could not. So he opted for a simple method: take control of them from the inside. That way, he can preserve most of their foundations and he can reduce resistance to his takeover. However, such a plan had its problem: the massive military power of the hub. Wang Wei knew how much he would have suffered had he opted for a direct confrontation where he was the aggressor, and the enemy was on the defensive. The current battle was already tragic, but it would have been worse, unless he used his overwhelming power but did not want to do that. So he chose another method. He started this war to lure them to disperse most of their forces and leave their backs unprotected, so that he could infiltrate and do as he pleases. One objective is completed, and now for the second, thought Wang Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123 Death World. After Wang Wei's departure, Su Shi rushed to the Star World Beast World community, even making a show entrance. She headed directly to Ji Lanfang's prison to free him, almost killing the Void Mirror Emperor. Then the two began a mindless slaughter. Not long after their actions, news about the Fate Shadow Guards' actions was transmitted to the battlefield, shocking many people. All the surviving powerhouses had one thought. They must return home to protect their lineage or foundation. As such, these people began to rush out of the battlefield, making everything chaotic. Deng Chong tried to control the situation, but it was pointless. These people cared more about their homeworld than this battlefield, especially since a majority of them were more allies of commerce than direct subordinates. Tai Gang and the War Room would not miss such an opportunity, and ordered the few remaining troops to counterattack. The powerhouses on Wang Wei's side went on a field day as they began to massacre those retreating people with low morale. Commerce Hub Headquarters. Wang Wei calmly watched everything proceeding, his eyes focusing on a specific group of people. They were the first to receive the news and quickly retreated as they sensed the plot behind this war. It's time, thought Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated before swallowing an illusory pill, temporarily reaching the strength of an Empyrean. Then he started to follow the people of the corpse selling sect. The process was as easy as he anticipated. These people scattered in different directions, each headed to the real headquarters. Moreover, each of these decoys was located in different world communities, in extreme places in well-hidden dimensions, and there were so many identification methods that made the security level a nightmare. Wang Wei was almost discovered a few times since he had to use his divination when he lost the main trail, and the corpse-selling sect had terrifying anti-divination abilities that used the power of death. However, the one mistake these people or their founder, Death Reverence, could not account for was human error. No matter how good of a job Death Reverence did to hide the real foundation of his sect, it would not change the fact that humans were using them, and as we all know, humans are flawed. Wang Wei used this concept to his advantage. He was patient and chose his move carefully. His actions were then rewarded. During this chase, he found most of the hidden layers of the corpse-selling sect before finding the real one. "What is this?" muttered Wang Wei, his eyes concentrated. His eyes discovered a well-hidden dimension, and after finding it, saying he was shocked to his core would be an understatement. The dimension was vast and definitely bigger than the entire lower dimension. Wang Wei was not too sure because he knew he would immediately be detected if he entered. Worst, I might be killed. His sense of danger was going overdrive, so he did not dare rush in. Could it be that Death Reverence would show up if I venture inside and destroy this place? No, Death Reverence was still in limbo, and even if he were already resurrected, true heavenly Tao would never allow for his interference. Even if we achieved half-step transcendence, Maitreya and Supreme Unity would never allow him to interfere in this place. This could only mean the source of the danger was something else, most likely the terrifying amount of death energy in that world. The corpse-selling sect must have gathered this energy from wars and conflicts across the entire lower dimensions for countless eras before condensing them in this world. Why do they need such a vast amount? Is it really because of their cult-like worship of death? Wang Wei did not believe this for a second. His intuition was telling him that something more sinister was at play here. The death chi might be the key to the death ceremony. Hunger said they've left protection against the ceremony, but are things so simple? She also said that Death Reverence knew methods that could push the limits or boundaries of true heavenly Tao. What if he found a way around that formation? Although this theory leaned on the lower end statistically, the fact that it was not completely zero was a problem in itself. No, the probability of that occurring is not as low as I imagined if I take into account that he benefited in some ways from the ultimate taboo, thought Wang Wei, pushing his brain to the limit for his analysis. Assuming Death Reverence took a step into transcendence or got some benefits, it's entirely possible for him to find a way around the protection left by the Paragons. Now that the upper dimension is weak, who knows if anyone is keeping watch of these methods? And that's assuming these parasites did not destroy them, continued Wang Wei. The last piece of this puzzle is Maitreya and Supreme Unity. Logically speaking, they would not allow such a thing to occur. But why have they not dealt with this death world knowing the implications behind its existence? Supreme Unity is the last person who would want the Eternal Ascension world destroyed, so it made sense for him to remove such an obvious threat or unwelcome variables. Mithriya must be the one who stopped him, but why? Could it be that she's really a three-faced individual who's pretending that she did something wrong but was good? But that's just the first two layers of her facade. And deep down, she was truly evil? Wang Wei shook his head to remove his bias and untrustworthiness toward her and think more logically. The most likely scenario is they did not get rid of this world to lure death reverence, or there is something valuable inside this death world, so they've been balancing each other, preventing the others from getting their hands on it. Wang Wei looked at this death world, deep in thought. If he only wanted to destroy the corpse-selling sect because of his greed for their chi luck, now he wanted to do so because they posed a far greater threat to the Eternal Ascension world, and more importantly, the lower dimension where his friends and sect is located. So he must get rid of them no matter what, even if it means ruining the two sons' plan to lure death reverence. Now is not the time. He must wait until he archives true Empyrean strength to ensure no issue. By then, even if death reverence tries to stop him, his methods will be limited as he will have to deal with the sons and true heavenly Tao. Wang Wei silently teleported away back to the headquarters. The war was about to be settled, but his mind was not focused on that as of yet. Sir Chintong, can we have a word? Uttered Wang Wei. Then Chintong appeared before him. You saw it. I did, nodded Wang Wei. Can you tell me what you know? I don't know much, replied Chintong. After my death, I came to the lower dimension, which was a safer place, to gather luck and merit to revive myself. I noticed the death world and investigated, but it was nothing but a world full of death chi. Wang Wei frowned. Are you saying I'm overthinking and that thing is just a normal world full of death energy? No, you're not, replied Chintong. After the ultimate taboo, I suddenly had the idea to investigate and did so. Chintong paused. Well, I know I detected something in that world, but I don't know what it is. You don't know? As in your knowledge could not identify it or? My memories were wiped out, Chintong explained. That is odd. These words reinforced his thought that death reverence changed or improved after the ultimate taboo. But is death reverence so capable? I assumed you were a peak paragon even if not boundless. But he can so easily wipe your memory? No, the process was weird, and definitely not only because his strength surpasses mine. You have a point, nodded Wang Wei, who did not completely buy Chintong's explanation as the latter might be adding stuff to make him look better and protect his pride. Well, thank you for answering my question. Are you going to destroy it? That's the plan, nodded Wang Wei. You should be more careful. Although I've only met Death Reverence twice, he always gave me the creeps. I will, nodded Wang Wei, his eyes focused as he watched Chintong disappear. This man is not simple. From what he knew and deduced, people in limbo should not be able to interact so easily and freely with the world of the living. Meanwhile, Chintong acted as if he was a projection of a genuine body instead of an existence between life and death. Sect Master, said Wang Ju, who appeared in the room. How was the operation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11 24 Perfect Future. The operation succeeded in over 900 world communities, reported Wang Ju. And the remaining 100? Things didn't go as planned. Tian Wenyan's doing? Yes, nodded Wang Ju. He acted swiftly and created a correlation of the remaining world communities, holding on to their last breath. I figured they were weak enough, and there was no need to focus too much on them now. That's a good call, but keep an eye on him if he tries to get allies from the world communities not influenced by this war. Although this war was massive, it only affected a third of the lower dimension, leaving more than 2,000 world communities untouched. I've already assigned people for this task. Wang Wei nodded. How are the lower dimensions of these captured world communities doing? Due to lack of population, we could only infiltrate the truly valuable worlds, The ones that produce rare resources for the Commerce Hub, explained Wang Ju. Once everything is settled, we can focus on expansion in these places. Your expansion should not only be those places but the entire lower dimensions, said Wang Wei. You must have eyes in every corner of this place and also have a large pool to recruit people. Wang Ju's eyes squinted as she felt this expansion did not seem like it was simply because her master wanted a large information-gathering agency. The Commerce Hub is, without a doubt, the greatest power in the lower dimension, and after their defeat, no one will truly be able to resist her master's advancement. In other words, the role of their Fate Shadow Guard should have been diminished, becoming the eye of the Tao opening sect to maintain their powers and ensure the longevity of the Heavenly Emperor era. But now she was smelling something different. You'll know when the times are correct, said Wang Wei calmly. I understand. Anything else? This is for you. Wang Ju offered a group of talismans. Those are the identity tokens of the commerce rulers. They should allow you to control the headquarters as soon as possible. These people would never allow the president absolute control of the headquarters, so they had long divided his power and created protocols to restrict him when needed. Excellent, Wang Wei praised with a genuine smile on his face. Lastly, what should I do with the Fist Saint Emperor? Once Wang Wei controls the headquarters, his immortality will be gone. Try to make him into one of our own. If that fails, search his soul for information before turning him into resources. As you wish. Anything else? No. Wang Wei dismissed her, so she disappeared. He then activated the talismans so they floated in the air in a circular position. They rotated until they turned into light, before fusing on the ground. Wang Wei immediately smiled as he sensed the connection with this enormous continent. The right person can indeed use strength on par with the limit of tenfold if they can bear this power, he thought as he finished placing his imprint on the formation to ensure absolute control. Once that was a success, he pointed into the sky to manifest numerous karmic threads connected to the continent. Wang Wei cut most of the threads. From then on, no one knew that the Commerce Hub's headquarters used to be a powerful weapon, except for someone like Chen Tong. Beside him, everyone who knew had their memories wiped out. Wang Wei's next step was to move the headquarters continent with a new one, and shrink the original Void Beast one, until it was as small as a toy on his palm. You will be the headquarters of the Hell Court, Wang Wei declared. He did not point to leaving the continent and all its power for the Myriad Emperor world, or the Tao opening sect, but for the Hell Court. These people need to be seen as a real threat to his era for his plan to work, or true heavenly Tao will immediately see them as hopeless and choose someone else as the balance mechanism for this era once the time arrives. So he opted to give them a powerful weapon/headquarters. I know my actions will bite me back in the future, but it's the best choice for now, muttered Wang Wei before sending an invitation through the dream world to summon all his allies during this war. It was time to wrap things and deal with the aftermath. The meeting room was different from the typical court sessions. Wang Wei still sat on his throne on the front, but he was not alone. He created numerous thrones on his left and right for the others to sit on. He chose this decor as a sign of respect for his allies. People like Ji Lanfang and Wrath were technically equal to him and his peers as Heavenly Emperor, so it would be disrespectful for them to stand like courtiers. Even though Wang Wei knew they would not mind or dare say anything. He even created thrones for his courtier to show respect, so all eternal powerhouses, even immortal sovereigns, had a seat. However, the other immortals and mortals had to stand as usual. It did not take long for everyone to show up. Wang Wei did not reserve seats or put people's names. It was a who comes, first serve situation. Soon, everyone showed up for the meeting, including Wrath, who Wang Wei had been adamant before about not being seen with her public. He had a change of heart because he recently saw a perfect future, or a future with the highest probability of happening. In that future, the people responsible for the destruction of his era used his connection with the demon race to rally allies. They did so despite having no proof and the fact that the Neo-Devil race has been integrated into many worlds and communities, and they've had a positive image. The interesting thing about this perfect future is that one of the leaders of the Hell Court will be responsible for ending the Heavenly Emperor era. In other words, Wang Wei's own creation will indeed expand the era way past its expiration date, but it will also lead to its destruction. After knowing this truth, Wang Wei decided it was pointless to try to hide his relationship with Wrath. Better yet, his actions now can ensure that the myriad Emperor world has a strong ally like the Neo-Devil during the rise of the Hell Court. As for the perfect future, it was not absolute. True heavenly Tao cannot plan the downfall of his era, as long as he can achieve half-step transcendence before that period. Wrath glanced at Wang Wei, wondering why he decided to meet so publicly. However, she did not ask as she guessed he must have his reasons. She did not think it would be a mistake as every move this man made was calculated. The meeting room was quiet as everyone waited for things to start. However, as soon as Yi Dafu appeared, he broke the quiet. "Wang Wei boy, I like your seating arrangement." Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "But can you make a seat for my new wife?" "No." "Why not? She may have garnered your trust but not mine." Yi Dafu sighed before slumping on his chair. "I don't like it when you're like this." "Welcome everyone," said Wang Wei, ignoring the monkey. "Before we start everything, I would like to thank you for trusting me, even going as far as putting your lives on the line. I'm grateful beyond words can explain." Wang Wei paused for less than 2 seconds before continuing. He did not want to give these people time to think whether his words were genuine or not. Ultimately, it did not matter, especially since most of them did it not out of trust but fear. "We've suffered, and now, it's time to reap the benefits of our trials and tribulations." Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest a holographic map of the lower dimension. Currently, close to a third of the lower dimension is drastically weakened, and many worlds are without an emperor or protector. This is our chance. We use this power vacuum to expand, conquer, and spread our influences. The people looked at this map with great concentration. Many people had to use their willpower not to salivate. "I have already organized a charter with the territory. You will be responsible for this expansion and your benefits," continued Wang Wei as he snapped his finger to send the information to everyone. The charter also contains the rules and restrictions for this expansion, the most prominent being that more resources can be plundered from these worlds as punishment for their actions, but mindless killing for vengeance and hatred is not allowed. Do you have any questions or comments? "I have one," said Sushir. "We lost more than 90% of our troops, so we do not have the means for a military exploit at the moment." "Didn't you plan to revive our fallen people?" asked Wang Wei. "Do so. Don't stop at our people. Revive the enemy's soldiers into undead or turn their dead bodies into puppets. Use summoning techniques for more troops, and you can also access a few of the commerce's resources to help in the revival. Let the mortal civilization be responsible for the smaller 1,000 worlds, and the mortal worlds." Wang Wei suddenly paused as he thought of something. "Don't use any undead techniques that involve the soul. We don't want to upset Samsara." "Very well," nodded Sushir. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1125 Sibling. "You can be in charge of this task," said Wang Wei. "Anything else?" "Your Majesty, I have a request," said Feng Heng, sitting 2 seats to the right. "I'm listening. Would you please change my charter, so I have complete control over the ancient spirit realm?" Wang Wei did not immediately give an answer. He understood why Feng Heng wanted this change, as he wanted to ensure Tantric Buddhism had no problems, and that the presence of other people in that world could cause trouble. However, no one liked the idea of one person having absolute control over one world, even if their benefits would actually not be affected. "I'll allow it," said Wang Wei. "But only Tantric Buddhism is allowed to spread in the lower realm of that community." "That's fair." Feng Heng did not mind too much. Once he places the necessary restrictions, Tantric Buddhism is as much part of Buddhism as the other branches like Zen, Pure Land, or Taozen Buddhism. "Anyone else?" "I have something." Wang Wei looked at the monkey. "I heard your world has been reverted to innate." "That's right. Can you sell me the method?" The innate qi environment is not on the list of things to export, but if you give me your bloodline development method, I'll sell it to you. Forget it, replied Yi Dafu. If he works harder, he might create a solution himself with the help of these old men back home. In the worst-case scenario, he'll just officially travel to the myriad emperor world to cultivate. He guessed that bastard Wang Wei would charge him for any extended stay, but it would still be cheaper than buying that method. Wang Wei shrugged. The meeting continued, and the majority of it was dividing the initial benefits. People had to use their military points to increase their strength, or the overall foundations of their lineage. Wang Wei bought the few preserved immortal sovereign bodies. Once that was finished, the eternal emperors had a short discussion before everyone left. Su Shi wanted to chat with Wang Wei, so they too stayed. This was a perfect opportunity for a Dao discussion. Now is not the right time, replied Wang Wei. His cultivation has remained stagnant by choice, so a Dao discussion would be mostly wasted. However, after he archives the taboo battle realm, and will have no issue increasing his cultivation, it will be the perfect time for it. The next time we do it, there will be more people, and the effect will be better, Wang Wei reassured her. If you say so. Wang Wei disconnected from the dream world. He had a lot of things to do, but he also sensed that his time in the lower dimension was not long. His next destination was the battle spirit world, the Spirit Genesis sect, to be precise. Wang Wei easily bypassed the formation protecting the sect since Emperor Jia was nothing but his slave. He looked at this once most powerful sect, and his senses could not detect the slightest sign of life. That's right, not a single person was alive. Emperor Jia's objective in activating the sect's protective formation was to ensure no one escaped. He even summoned the few people outside the sect during the war to eliminate them. Here you are, said Emperor Jia, handing him a space ring with all the resources of the Spirit Genesis sect, including their emperor artifacts, archives, and secret realms that served as their foundation. After absorbing the foundation of such a powerful faction, the Dao Opening sect will take another leap in strength. They only need to modify some of these resources to fit the origin system or the myriad emperor world. Thanks. Emperor Jia nodded before slowly dissipating. It was for good this time. He had already destroyed his own vault, and now, Wang Wei placed the final nail in the coffin by erasing him from history. From now on, only a few people remember the name Emperor Jia. Wang Wei took one last glance at the Spirit Genesis sect, and with a thought, the magnificent buildings turned into sand and dissipated into the wind. The formation remained, preventing anyone from knowing what had happened here. Then he teleported to a distant mountain, waiting for someone. Your Majesty, said a deep voice while bowing deeply. Gao Buqin, I promised you an opportunity to prove the Tao, and I won't go on my word. A group of people will ascend to the upper dimension with you in a little while. I assume Desolate One told you about the price to pay? He did, and I don't mind. Good. Wang Wei waved his hand to give him a token, and Gao Buqin bowed before teleporting away. Wang Wei took one last look at this place, his gaze momentarily stopping at that old man who wanted to cultivate Fate Dao. Then he returned home, where his family had already prepared a small feast. He sent the space ring to Origin One to deal with things. Come. The food is ready, said Yu Yan, and Wang Wei walked in with a smile and immediately started eating. Boy, did you see my fight? Asked Wang Chong. I did. I didn't, added Wang Tian. Me too. You should have been there. I punched him. As always, Wang Wei felt a peaceful atmosphere enveloping his body and mind whenever he had these quiet moments with his family. Are you listening to me? Huh. Sorry, I was a little distracted. What did you say? I said, I think I'm ready to fight Yang Kai. What do you think? It should not be an issue, said Wang Wei. The Nine Sons Emperor only proved the Tao 3 generations ago, and even with the time acceleration of the upper dimension in the previous 2 generations, his strength should not have improved much. However, I recommend you enter seclusion one last time to absorb the experience of this war. That's what I was thinking, nodded Wang Chong. Wang Wei was about to nod when he sensed something and looked in the distance. What happened? Asked Wang Tian. Chuluo ascended. Chuluo? The one that was your competitor during Gu Xian's trial? Yes. Wang Wei explained the situation to them. Such a filial child, sighed Yu Yan. Why do I feel your words contain some hidden meanings? Asked Wang Wei. You've overthinking things as usual, replied Yu Yan, giving him a side eye. Are you really insinuating I'm not filial? Is there a son more filial than me between heaven and earth? Wang Wei felt offended. No, he felt hurt. If you were so filial, you would give me grandkids by now, sneered Yu Yan. Here we go again. I thought we had this conversation already and came to an understanding. What conversation? You and Hunger decided, and we had no say in the matter. Wang Wei was genuinely speechless. Who knew his mother was boggling so much resentment? She fooled him, as he thought they were all right on this front for hundreds of thousands of years. Why don't you say something? Said Wang Wei, looking at his father with scrutinizing eyes. What do you want me to say? Asked Wang Tian while shrugging. I'm on your mother's side. I want grandkids, preferably one that can inherit my swordsmanship path. Grandpa? Asked Wang Wei, grasping at the last straw. Sorry, grandson, added Wang Chang while caressing his white beard. I also want a great-grandson. You're no longer small and cute, so I want someone I can dote on. Is this what my father felt like when the whole family ganged up on him? Thought Wang Wei. I don't like this feeling at all. So he counterattacked. Instead of focusing on me, why not focus on yourselves? What happened to the siblings you guys were going to give me? We're too old for that kind of thing, rebutted Yu Yan. Plus, do you think I want to bring a child into this world knowing he will live under your halo? I don't want such a fate for my worst enemy. Your mother has a point. If we were to give you a sibling, no matter how good of a job we do to raise him, he would never live up to the world's expectation. Just cause he's your sibling, nodded Wang Tian. That's a terrible excuse. As long as we love him and don't put these expectations on them, they should be fine, replied Wang Wei. Plus, we don't know for sure if they would not live up to the expectations. Yu Yan rolled her eyes. The only way for such a child to live normally in this world is we keep him immortal his whole life, raise him in another chaos world, or isolate him from the outside world completely. I don't want to do any of that. So you're never going to have another child because of this? Maybe in the far distant future, when you're only a myth or legend known only in books, we might try again. But for now, that's no longer on the table, explained Yu Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Existence Ceremony. The family dinner lasted a few days before everyone scattered. Yu Yan returned to her semi-hibernation state to wait for the next generation. Wang Tian continued his 9-extremity foundation in the swordsmanship world. And Wang Chang entered a cultivation retreat for his battle against 9 sons. Wang Wei was about to return to the court when Sword One asked to see him. So he summoned it. Are you all right? He asked after seeing her pale face. I'm fine. I already took a pill and should be fine after a few months, she explained. That's good. What do you want to see me for? I wanted to ask whether you had any new tasks for me. She used to be in charge of the Commerce Hub and worked closely with Wang Ju, but now this line of work did not need her since they now had absolute control over the hub. There is no need. You should rest and recuperate. I'm fine. I haven't felt so filled with life, ambition, and purpose in a long time. So I don't want to rest. I see. Wang Wei always assumed she was the kind of cool, collected, and inactive like Origin One, but it seems she had a fire inside of her. However, it made sense, given she's a swordsman. Let me think. How about you accompany the steward as he tries to expand our alliance beyond the non-commerce world communities? Certain things might be easy if he has someone of your strength by his side. Great, said Origin One with a twinkle in her eyes. She bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei did not immediately leave as he remembered his favorite ancestors, and went to see him. After chatting and drinking with Wuqing for a day, he returned to the court, where, to his surprise, Wang Ju awaited him. Did something happen? Yes. Our people caught one of the traitors. Oh, just like what happened to you. A terrifying restriction activated, despite our effort to be careful. We lost a few capable people. Did you try to revive them? We tried, but it was useless. Sorry for my blunt words, but I don't think even you can revive them. These restrictions were likely created to target you personally. It's fine, Wang Wei said calmly. You would not come here if this was the only news. What else happened? Wang Ju showed him an orb, which was condensed from her power, with a piece of paper encased inside. One of the spies released this piece of paper after evaporating. Wang Wei held the orb as he used all his detection abilities. He found nothing. So either this paper is safe, or the power inside is beyond his ability. You can leave. Sect Master? Don't worry. Wang Ju bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei activated the quartz formation, preparing to run away with the slightest anomaly. Only did he read the paper's content. Dear Chosen One, I'm writing this message to tell you that none of the actions of these people are related to me in any way or form. I only sent my people to the lower dimension because they pressured me. I know you're destined to end this era, and I have no problem with that. I hope we can meet someday to drink and converse under the moonlight. If that is not appealing to you, or if you cannot accept my apology, I'm happy to stay far away from you. From Disaster Paragon. Wang Wei was speechless. This Disaster Paragon is a character. That's the only way he could describe the latter. The spies descended to the lower dimension in the early stages of this generation. So assuming he did not send these notes before true heavenly Tao closed the lower dimension since he would not know, he had this method prepared in advance in case something went wrong. This level of carefulness and preparedness truly made Wang Wei speechless. This also shows that this man is quite intelligent despite his cowardly presence, and is also bold. Very few people know of the existence of the eighth moon. Yet Disaster Paragon assumed, or deduced whoever fate chose to bear the destiny to end his era would have discovered the truth. Wang Wei updated the character profile he had on this man before burning the paper. He then sent new nutrients to the Genesis fruit before entering seclusion. With access to the Commerce Hub's resources, he will have no issue tempering his body for a while, but his main priority is the existence ceremony. The process took 20,000 years on the outside, but he finally finished. He quickly checked outside, and the expansion was going smoothly. They've already conquered more than 100 world communities, and are still going strong. In this short period, Wang Wei had gathered too much merit, incense, dream power and spiritual energy, but that was still the tip of the iceberg as these new worlds did not have the proper time to ferment. Wang Wei focused on the magic circle in the middle of the room that was releasing a strange aura. Let's begin. As he sat in the middle and closed his eyes, a few characters floated from the circle. The most powerful sect. A wind with a strange aura blew from the Spirit Genesis sect before materializing in the cultivation room. Wang Wei's spirit flew to an unknown black and white space with countless runes. Heavenly Daos records, he thought. This place contained all knowledge and truths of the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei did not waste time as he quickly latched to a rune that translated Heavenly Emperor Era. As his spirit left an imprint on the rune, his body and soul dissipated. He did not die but entered a state where he was his existence. He now had many forms. His memories, his name, his history, and his karmic impact on others were now all part of himself. Then Wang Wei felt his existence started to elevate as it fused with the Heavenly Emperor Era rune. His mind trembled before he found himself in an infinite room with countless white silhouettes and no faces or genders. Everything proceeded as he expected except for this event. So, Wang Wei focused on analyzing the situation. Are these the physical manifestation of all the infinite possibilities of the Heavenly Emperor Era? He understood the situation. Since he wanted his existence to include an entire era that spread across the lower dimension, he must bear that era's weight. In other words, he must confront the manifestation of every emperors born in that era. Every action they make, every karma thread connected to them or a result of their actions, and finally, he must bear the weight of every single event that occurred in that era. including something as insignificant as someone kicking a rock or an animal touching a grass as they walk to their destination. I understand. Just like the saying, you must bear the crown's weight. In my case, I must bear the weight of my era's history if I want it to be a part of me. Well, bring it on. The nature of this battle was spiritual and willpower, which is one of his greatest assets. So he rushed to these figures and fought them non-stop. The battles themselves were nothing significant to Wang Wei, but the duration of the fight was a nightmare. He had to confront every single possibility of his era, meaning every single event that will occur in the Heavenly Emperor era across all 3,800 Heavenwell communities, which are composed of billions of worlds and an infinite number of people making an infinite number of decisions. The battle felt endless, especially since he seemed to notice how much time had passed. Wang Wei did not know whether this was part of the process, or whether his brain was doing so as a way to distract somewhat from this endless fight and prevent him from going mad, but he noticed. If not for his unwavering willpower, he would have given up. But even with such iron will, his spirit had reached its limit after he felt he had fought for at least 10,000 yuan epochs. But even then, he did not stop despite his spirit giving up after 10,000 yuan epochs. The battle did not end until after exactly 103 million yuan epochs. In other words, he relied purely on his willpower to continue the fight until he defeated the last possibility in this strange realm. Wang Wei's spirit sat on the ground, breathing harder than a tired dog. He wanted nothing more in this world than to sleep for a few millennia, if not more. Sadly for him, this was not over. A single eye appeared in that space, and his face contorted. True Heavenly Tao. True Heavenly Tao did not waste time with him and immediately acted. It did not even care that he was its chosen era son. Wang Wei felt a pressure on his spirit that made him feel like a mortal tasked with holding up the heavens, and he had to rely on his will to do so. Damn it, he cursed as he gritted his teeth to resist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:27 Higher Existence. I'm getting tired of facing you, complained Wang Wei as he sensed his spiritual body rapidly collapsing. However, he felt he had to say his piece. He grunted before bracing himself to resist the pressure. This time around, he did not know how long had passed, but with every waking minute, his spirit weakened. Wang Wei was sweating immensely, and his eyes were blurred. I'm on the verge of passing out, he thought, but even pondering such a small sentence aggravated the situation. So he had to empty his mind to focus slowly on resisting. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wei suddenly felt he could breathe. His legs wobbled as if an immense strength had been lifted, but it was so sudden that he had not adapted yet. His body or spirit took deep breaths to calm down and gather strength. However, the sense of weakness was simply overwhelming, and for some reason, Wang Wei felt an intense need to throw up. That's a sensation I haven't felt in a couple of million years, he thought, but once again, he was so weak that even thinking made his head hurt. Wang Wei regulated his breathing to ensure his spirit recovered as swiftly as possible, while he watched that colossal eye dissipate. If he were not so weak, he would have given it a piece of his mind or, at the very least, give him the middle finger. For fuck's sake, this is not over? He ignored the terrible migraine as he watched a bridge appear before him. According to his calculation, he predicted there would be resistance from Heavenly Tao as he tried this ceremony. Still, he did not expect an entire trial prepared for this occasion, and one so well prepared. So now, Wang Wei had to ponder whether someone had already walked a similar path, hence the well-created trial. Or, true Heavenly Tao reacted swiftly and organized this trial based on what he was trying to do. I'm getting tired of these high-level entities regulating every aspect of the universe, Wang Wei complained before slowly walking to that bridge. A faceless and genderly spirit similar to the first trial appeared and rushed toward him as soon as he took the first step. Another fight? Wang Wei immediately took a fighting pose despite being in the worst possible shape for any combat. He might currently be weaker than a drunkard who hadn't eaten for 2 weeks, had a debilitating disease in which their organs were failing, and was heavily injured from falling 10 stories high, but he would still fight until his body and mind collapsed. Luckily, he did not have to fight, at least not in the physical sense. The spirit did not attack him but entered his body. Wang Wei immediately senses a black spot on his spiritual body. Huh. What's this? Normally, he could deduce this kind of thing instantly, but his mind was not in the best state. Soon, a second spirit entered his body, and something clicked in Wang Wei's mind. Assimilation, he concluded. If the first test was me resisting the strength of this era, this one is about resisting its assimilation. No, not resist Paresi. My goal is to assimilate my existence into the Heavenly Emperor era. But while I can assimilate it, it can do the same to me. He immediately understood the severity of the situation. If he fails the assimilation, not only will his plan fail, but he will die in some way or form as his existence is instead assimilated. I will probably lose my physical body and soul, existing in another form similar to those people in limbo. That's unacceptable. He began to resist these spirits' assimilation while trying to assimilate them. However, the process was not as easy as he expected because the most important aspect of this battle was not his use of spirit or his willpower, but his understanding and control of existence. Wang Wei had to apply everything he knew existence, from Madman Chu as he slowly walked through that bridge, and assimilated all these spirits, which were the physical manifestation of every possibility of the Heavenly Emperor era. After another eternity, Wang Wei passed through the bridge, but he was truly about to pass out. He had reached his limit even for someone of his willpower, and the world was about to become dark any second now. Then he sensed a mysterious power that rapidly recuperated his spirit. His eyes opened in the court, and he was still sitting cross-legged inside the magic circle. What happened? Wang Wei looked around in confusion for a few seconds before gaining complete mental acuity. His terrifying brain processing speed returned, and he immediately realized many things, including that less than a minute had passed despite spending heaven knows how long in that spiritual place. The second thing he noticed was the drastic increase in one of his soul dub Dao. It increased from 7% Grand Dao Source to 30% Grand Dao Source, almost as good as his Fate Dao. It makes sense given the relationship between the spirit and the soul, thought Wang Wei. The third thing he noticed was that his willpower had increased greatly, which is something that usually occurs after some of his flesh tribulations. This is, muttered Wang Wei as he truly sensed the major changes to his body. His existence, which previously contained body/soul/spirit, memories, name, history/impact, now also contained the Heavenly Emperor era. Wang Wei's eyes squinted while he smiled. He could see so many new karma threads connected to him, many of which were illusory as they represented future events and possibilities of his era. I can already see how much of a nightmare it will be to try to erase me, he smirked. And the longer the era lasts, the more impactful it is, the harder it is to kill me. From now on, whoever tries to kill him will have to erase an entire era in the lower dimension. Although such a thing is nothing to half-transcendent beings, to paragons, it's a difficult task that requires time and effort. And even then, they might not succeed due to the strict nature of true heavenly Tao on the lower dimension. I'm so glad I created the Karma Unbound physique, thought Wang Wei. One downside to this method is the sheer karmic threads connected to him. For any master of Karma Tao, such a thing is a flaw. Luckily, Wang Wei is a master of Karma Tao, and he cultivated the Karma Unbound physique. Another good news is I've understood another portion of true self. So the path of everlasting should be easier and faster. His bright smile deepened. There are no greater pleasures or satisfactions than accomplishing major dreams or goals. He exhaled to calm down. I wonder if father and mother could use this ceremony, thought Wang Wei. There is no way they could pass that test, but if they assimilated their existence to something less influential than an entire era, let's say the ultimate sword path for father, the test's difficulty might be reduced. Wang Wei began to calculate the possibility of this happening. He concluded that his mother and father should have no problem passing the first and third tests as long as they prepared, trained, and had a deep enough understanding of Madman Chu's inheritance, So the real issue is the second test. I really cannot predict how they would fare against true heavenly Tao. And, even if they do, could they pass the third test after being spiritually drained from the second test? He summoned a throne inside his cultivation room to hunch down. He felt this position would help him think better. The core issue is their willpower. It would be best if I could train their willpower to reach beyond their current strength and realm. But how do I allow them to achieve that? I could recreate my experience in the void as a training secret realm. But my willpower would not reach that level without my soul reaching the paragon level. So, would I need to find materials to raise their souls to the Empyrean tier? Wang Wei shook his head to remove this idea. The lower dimension did not have enough resources to raise 2 Empyreans, especially since the majority of the resources are needed for him to cultivate and temper his body. I need to think outside the box. Maybe I can condense something like willpower orbs from my own willpower to aid them. Even if I lose some willpower to aid them, it's still a small quantity, and I can make it up later. The plan had an initial outline. He'll develop methods to temper willpower for his parents while leaving willpower orbs to aid them in achieving a willpower on par with Empyreans. Then they can try the existence ceremony. Then it's decided. Wang Wei knew his parents would definitely participate in the war in the upper dimension, even if true heavenly Tao returned the accelerated speed after he left. After all, they are ascending after the next generation. So this ceremony is a way to ensure their safety. Bang. The world around Wang Wei suddenly trembled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:28 Madman. What's going on? Wang Wei did not detect anything when this sudden change occurred. The worst part is that his intuition was not warning him of any danger, which could be a good thing or a terrible situation in which he's encountering an event in which his abilities are useless. He immediately scanned his surroundings and found no enemy, but he sensed an anomaly in this room's space. He was on high alert as he activated the quartz formation to prepare for whatever was coming. The space broke apart but quickly healed. In this brief moment, Wang Wei sensed an odd aura on the other side of that space crack. Someone is coming? His question was immediately answered as he heard a loud voice. Damn it, why is this place blocked? How annoying. The voice was obviously male, slightly grave, with a hint of echo. Kazuk Minik Dodi. The man said a few words that seemed nonsense to the regular listeners. Still, Wang Wei noticed that he pronounced them in a very specific manner, to the point that he perfectly controlled the vibration, frequency, and wavelengths of his vocal cords. A weird aura emanated from the void, and a portal slowly materialized before Wang Wei. A middle-aged man with a regular-looking black robe, tired eyes, and a head of back hair held by one string but a black and white goatee walked out from the portal. Oh good, it worked. Who are you? Asked Wang Wei. His danger intuition was calm, but that was not a sign for him to relax his guard. You have something that belongs to me. I don't even know you. But you do. If I did, I wouldn't have asked. Unless you're trying to hide from me, said the middle-aged man. Why would I do that? People often run away from me. I don't know why. Well, I do. They usually don't want to repay their debt. I don't. Oh wait, are you Madman Chu? See? I said you know me. You could have introduced yourself, and this conversation would have been much smoother, Wang Wei said. Despite knowing the latter's identity, he did not lower his guard. After all, he knew almost nothing about Madman Chu besides his analysis. So his mind was already deducing how to escape this scenario if something went wrong. Assuming he's really mad, it would mean his spirit has problems. I can use my soul Tao to recreate the trial I just experienced. It should work, or at least give me time to run away by ascending. I didn't introduce myself? Asked Madman Chu, genuinely puzzled. You didn't. But how did you know who I was? Wang Wei grunted, feeling that conversing with this man might give him an aneurysm. Why are you here? Omicronim, like I said, you have something that belongs to me. You're talking about your inheritance? Wang Wei took out the talisman with the information. Why would I want something that I already know? Asked Madman Chu, looking at him as if he was stupid. The corner of Wang Wei's eyes twitched. This was the first time someone had given him such a look, and he was not happy about it. I'm talking about what you did with my work. You mean this ceremony? Yes. I've spread my knowledge across the chaos universe in the hopes that people will innovate and return the favor, but it has been a while since someone did, said Madman Chu with a deep sigh, while shaking his head to show his disapproval. How can these people be so stupid? I've already done most of the work for them, so they only need to improve on what I've done. But no. They either used it without any intention of innovating, and when they do, it's something stupid. He looked Wang Wei in the eyes. I hope you didn't do something stupid and make me come here in vain. See for yourself. Wang Wei condensed his ceremony into a talisman before handing it to him. Madman Chu did not hesitate to study the content. Assimilating my existence to an event or cause. Brilliant. I see you combine the work of that boy Heavenly Book with mine. Not bad, not bad. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He now had confirmation that Heavenly Book Paragon created the paradox ceremony, and he was his enemy, not the one of the cardinals. I'm very satisfied with this exchange, said Madman Chu with a great smile. The debt between us is settled. Wang Wei immediately felt the tight karmic bond between him and Madman Chu dissipate, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In fairness, the latter's inheritance was way more valuable than his ceremony, but he still settled the debt because he was satisfied with Wang Wei's work. So is this the kind of person he is? Thought Wang Wei. Well, goodbye. Madman Chu did not hesitate to turn around to head to his portal. Wait, is there something else? Can you tell me how you descended in this blocked space? Wang Wei was genuinely curious how he bypassed true heavenly Daos blockade. Such information is valuable. Madman Chu replied casually. I'll exchange my experience of using the ceremony with you. Such data should help you better understand the ceremony. Madman Chu pondered for a good 10 seconds. Deal. Wang Wei immediately gave him the information, and Madman Chu explained. I used a technique from the rule-breaker race. What race? Wang Wei had never heard of such a creature. At the beginning of the universe, during the age of Genesis, Grand Tao was young and ignorant. So when ruling the chaos universe, it experimented with different creatures and life forms. The result was that it created too many creatures that were too powerful or had unbalanced abilities, one of which was the rule breakers, a race with the power to ignore the rules, restrictions, limitations, or order disorder of heaven and earth. That is terrifying, commented Wang Wei. If he had such ability, he would turn the entire chaos universe upside down with all his unrestrained ideas. Here I thought fiend gods or chaos demon gods were the darlings of this universe. Compared to the rule breakers or creatures from that age, they are nothing, thought Wang Wei, feeling slightly envious. I'm guessing the fate of these creatures was terrible. That's obvious. These creatures were too powerful, so they had no desire for improvement or innovation, which is bad news for Grand Tao, whose sole purpose was to develop the chaos universe. So it had wiped out its creation and returned to the drawing board. That means the chaos demon gods were Grand Tao's second attempt at populating the chaos universe. So what happened to them? That's another question entirely, said Madman Chu. And Wang Wei felt it was a shame he could not pull a fast one over this madman. Is that it? I'm leaving. Any chance you can exchange this technique? Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Let's at least negotiate a price. No. Madman Chu shook his head. All traces of the age of Genesis are almost wiped out, so I went to extreme lengths to get some samples from that era. I doubt you have anything valuable to exchange. How about an idea of achieving half-step transcendence? Idea? Sneered Madman Chu, not hiding his deep disdain. I have hundreds of those. Do you have an actual method? That I don't. Then, don't waste my time. Madman Chu walked toward his portal. This technique was how he saved his life in many desperate situations. So how stupid would he be to exchange with others for an idea? Even if it were the real method, he would hesitate to exchange, especially if it's one of those shoddy methods with too many restrictions. Wang Wei calmly watched him disappear. He did not make other offers like knowledge about the prehistoric world. As a former salesman, he knew when someone was not willing to sell or even negotiate about certain products. It's a shame, he thought before opening his mouth to utter. Kazuk Minik Dodi. Nothing happened, so he tried to replicate the exact same frequency and wavelengths as he remembered, but the situation was the same. As expected, it's useless to remember or say the words correctly. This incantation was probably a small portion of that technique, so Madman Chu had no issue revealing it to the public. Forget about him for now. The small conversation brought him a lot of information about the Chaos Universe's history. More importantly, he knew who his enemy was. Now he could be better prepared. The next focus should be on elevating my Dao body, so I can achieve Taboo Battle Realm, thought Wang Wei. It's also about time grandfather ascended for his battle with 9 sons. Although he was confident in the old man, he was worried not so much about the fight but about the fact that he would stay in the upper dimension for a short period. I hope nothing goes wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129 E-Commerce. Wang Wei once again checked on the development of the court despite only a few seconds having passed. He couldn't help since he had experienced countless Yuan epochs in that test. Nothing had changed, but he also needed to prepare for the next major development. It's still a little early, he thought before retreating. In the past 20,000 years, his strength reached the 4th step of the Dragon Phoenix realm. But his tribulations had only reached 953 since he was so busy with the ceremonies. To prepare for the existence ceremony, he practiced creating the other ceremonies he planned as practice. So, he wasted a lot of time and could not focus too much on cultivation. He activated his time acceleration array and started to cultivate. With each new Tao, his body was destroyed and reconstructed so he could one day claim the title of being indestructible. Wang Wei did not stop until he reached the 5th step in the Dragon Phoenix realm, and passed the 1267th tribulation, which is the 1/3 required to open the gate. As expected, a new symbol appeared on his gate of power, and after reaching this threshold, he could sense a subtle change. It was more ancient, nobler, and mystical. I could probably open the gate right now, but my body would explode, thought Wang Wei. Opening the gate without reaching the 10th step will result in absolute death without any chance to resist or opportunity to revive. Wang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the strength coursing through his veins. He now had the strength of a 5-fold battle realm with his flesh alone. However, the scariest part is how terrible his current defense is. Many Daos are simply useless to him. He could just stand before an eternal emperor with any of these Daos and let them attack, which would be useless. The interesting aspect of the true power Tao realm is that it actually affects my existence. He analyzed as he sensed the deeper changes in his body. If my Tao cultivation is adding characteristics of eternal into my existence, then this path is adding indestructible characteristics. However, it seems minor and subtle. I'll most likely have to wait to open the gate for this transformation. Wang Wei slowly walked out of his cultivation room. He sensed the vast faith with people worshipping him from across the lower dimension. If he were walking the path of godhood, or even the soul path, he would truly be a nightmare with how much faith he had gathered. He checked things, and he was immediately satisfied with the result. Another 10,000 years had passed, but the expansion had quickened its pace drastically. They had already conquered over 700 of the Commerce Hub's territory, leaving only 200 world communities. 300 if you count the people still under President Tian Wenyan's control. Interestingly, this was not the limit of the Heavenly Emperor era. The Steward and Sword One had convinced dozens of worlds outside of the Commerce Hub's influence to join with them without a fight. The only troubling news Wang Wei received was the fact that the Fate Shadow Guards discovered countless worlds with secret influence from the Abyss Gap, just like the one he found in the East Lotus sect. They've been tasked with eliminating these branches, but after a few successful operations, they became better at hiding themselves. Wang Wei did not waste time as he immediately divined many of these locations, but after less than 10 seconds, an unknown power blocked him. He sent the information to Wang Ju while remaining deep in thought. You guys might be able to remove all detection methods, but you won't be able to remove that subtle aura that heaven and earth reject on a fundamental level. Wang Wei sneered. He believes that because Khutulun or the old gods originated outside the chaos universe, heaven and earth reject their very nature. That's the source of that subtle aura. So all he needs to do is track that, and it should be simple since these branches cannot completely hide themselves. Creating a formation or talisman to track that aura should not be an issue, but such a project takes time, and I don't want to focus too much on it. Wang Wei could already tell his time on the lower dimension was not much, both because he would soon achieve all his major goals and ambitions, and because true heavenly Tao was beginning to reject his presence. As such, he needed to speed up a few things and did not wish to waste time on such a project. In fact, it was not just him. Most of the Eternals in the Myriad Emperor are beginning to feel the same. Their strengths are approaching the six-fold limit, meaning they all need to re-establish their foundation if they wish to go higher. They also understand that it would be best to do so in the upper dimension under the protection of powerful elders, and more importantly, far away from Wang Wei in case he suddenly felt like their strength was encroaching on him. He snapped his finger and a projection of Tong Ruobing refining a talisman manifested before him. Wang Wei. Damn it, you can't just summon people like this. What if Mu Lei and I were? Anyway, show some respect and decency fitting to your image and titles. If I wanted to watch you guys, no one would be able to stop or detect it, so don't worry about it, he replied casually, maybe too casually. I didn't know you were this kind of pervert. Tong Ruobing gave him an odd look, her eyes full of scrutiny and judgment. I'm a complex man, so who knows what kind of things I'm into, Wang Wei shrugged, and Tong Ruobing was instantly speechless. The strange thing was that she would not be surprised if this man suddenly developed the habit of voyeurism, and this thought scared her. She removed that horrible idea from her mind. What do you want? I need you to make a talisman to track the unique aura from Abyss Gap blood. What do you need such a thing for? To remove some uncontrollable variables, Wang Wei replied, and he was telling the truth. According to his speculation, it won't be long before achieving Taboo Battle Realm and confronting the Abyss Gap. However, he wanted to remove these branches due to his cautious nature. I see. Unfortunately, I've sealed this thing and decided not to touch it again for a long time. That's fine. Lend it to me, and I'll ask somebody else. Tong Ruobing stared at him. Don't you understand the concept of bargaining? Back and forth? Exchanging benefits? I thought this was your entire motto. She did not expect him to just abandon her like that. And don't you understand the concept of doing someone a favor without asking anything in return just to cultivate interpersonal relationships? You should have a better emotional intelligence than that. Tong Ruobing was speechless for a second time in this brief conversation. Fine, you win as usual. I'll get it done as soon as possible. She ended the projection without giving any time to respond, making Wang Wei smile. Little girl, you're a few yuan epochs too young to think you can win me in an argument. While in an excellent mood, his gaze was directed toward the Commerce Hub's continent. With a single thought, the continent disappeared, merging with the dream world. Then every member, both online and not, received a notification. Dear Dream users, there is a new major update. All services previously provided by the Commerce Hub will not be accessible through the Dream World. Thank you for your time. Have a pleasant day. It took some people time to process what this meant, but the wise ones immediately knew and were elated. The Dream World was mainly a form of communication and training. However, regarding resources training and such, the Commerce Hub was still used primarily by all these world communities. People would make deals in the Dream World, but they still needed to reach the Hub's continent or pay for delivering services for whatever resources they needed. Unless they were exchanging things like cultivation, techniques, or selling information. Or if their world was directly connected to the Hub, which was not necessarily a good thing after that war. But things would now be different. Resources can be instantly transported across world communities, and the dream world would serve as a protective intermediary. Additionally, the dream coin system was a much better monetary system than the ones the Commerce Hub was previously using, meaning it would become way easier to exchange goods. In conclusion, the lower dimension was about to enter an era of free and easy resource distribution. The golden age of prosperity that people thought had almost reached its pinnacle received another major boost. The next step is the rise of tourism, Wang Wei thought. One of the adverse effects of the war was the subtle hatred between the former hub's worlds and Wang Wei's side, and he needed more time to appease. As such, allowing these people to use the dream world to travel to other communities was not a good idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130 The Golden Pawn. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Maybe I can use the abyss gap to my advantage. His plan was simple. Use one of those corrupted individuals to become the enemy of the lower dimension. He would create a terrifying and cruel enemy with the goal of forcefully conquering and corrupting the lower dimension. Then he would swoop in as the savior, making it easier for him to conquer the remaining 3/4 of the endless void. The pros of this plan is I can accelerate the spread of the Heavenly Emperor era, thought Wang Wei. It should also prevent these world communities from banding together to stop my expansion. It should not be possible for a group or an alliance on the scale of the Commerce Hub to appear again, unless there is a major foreign threat. Sadly, the current major threat of the lower dimension is Wang Wei himself, with his propensity for war and conquest. So if he doesn't want another major war, it might be in his best interest to create an enemy that could divert these people's attention. The plan is simple and cliché, but it should work, Wang Wei deduced. Now what are the cons? It did not take him long to think of a major one. True Heavenly Tao would not be pleased with me if I allowed the power of the abyss gap to expand in any way. It might even accelerate its rejection of me if I choose this path. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In that case, I need someone else for this job unrelated to the abyss gap. The more he thought about this plan, the more satisfied he was, especially since it would allow him to attend the final karmic position. Human Emperor. Although I will not be walking the same path as Zhang, having all 3 positions might do me some good. Although he guessed these positions meant nothing until he acquired them in the upper dimension, the ones in the lower dimensions might be keys for the ones in the upper dimension, which should be worth something. Additionally, I can use this opportunity to create an official backstory for the Hell Court. Yes, the first-generation Hell Lord was a survivor of this war who hated me with a passion, so he dedicated his life to ending everything I've accomplished. His plan would kill many birds with one stone, so he proceeded with it. Wang Wei immediately enacted his plan with a devious smile. The first step was to refine the former continent/headquarters of the Commerce Hub. Whoever Wang Wei chose must pose a genuine threat to the lower dimension. Otherwise, he could not have come in at the last minute to become the hero. So he needed to provide them with strength or power, but it could not directly be linked to him. With these conditions, he chose the next best thing, the continent. He updated this to make it easier for his chosen pawn to use its power. He did not want them to only temporarily use it like the talismans Chu Luo. Instead, Wang Wei created an armor that is directly linked to the continent, so the pawn can use its power at all times. Once he finished, he looked at the armor in satisfaction before frowning. Power is not everything, so I must prepare in case this idiot is plotted by someone and is exiled into the upper dimension, ruining all my effort. He added one of his spirit particles into the armor, which will not only slowly influence the chosen pawn, but also protect him from schemes and plots. Now, to choose a sucker for the job. Wang Wei swiftly scanned the lower dimension, trying to find someone responsible for this great cause. He's perfect but a little too intelligent? That might backfire. He's not strong-willed enough. He's too much of a womanizer. He has too many weaknesses. Wait, is this perhaps fate? He's perfect. His eyes saw a world a long distance away called the God Reverie world, which, interestingly enough, is where the Heaven Abode world's cultivation system originated. The Almighty God who crashed on that world and passed the cultivation system originated from the God Reverie world. Wang Wei took one step to teleport to his destination. He saw a normal world with clear golden skies. The aura of the entire world was calm, peaceful, and holy. The people looked happy and content. Everyone walking as if their life had a sense of purpose, guidance, and hope. Clink, clink, clinic. A bell rang 3 times, and its sounds reverberated throughout every corner of this realm. Then every single life, from mortals to cultivators, from demons and sea races to plant life, stopped whatever they were doing to kneel and pray. Glory to the Golden God, the one and only God, the ones who reign supreme, standing above heaven and earth. The one who exists in the past, present, and future, the one and only ruler of life and death. This chant echoed throughout the world, and Wang Wei watched as countless golden threads rushed to the sky. So egotistical, he commented. However, this bastard is both cunning and lucky. The Golden God lived in a great era. This world had just entered a new era. As the previous one ended with a war that killed 90% of the true gods or immortal tier powerhouses in this world. Then, with his supreme talent, he became this generation's heavenly god, great emperor. Not a regular one but a prime heavenly god, eternal. Then, he killed or subjugated all the remaining gods under one banner. However, this was not what made him interesting and worthy of Wang Wei's attention. Wang Wei noticed a small golden insect inside every citizen's soul. Faith parasitic insect. As long as he plants it in someone, they will turn into his most devoted worshippers, providing him with faith. On top of everything else, he can also use their brain process power through the insect. In other words, the Golden God can use incense and powerful brain power to cultivate. His cultivation speed should reach the same level as 36 of my future Buddha self. Wang Wei's eyes saw through this world community's lower realm. He already has his eyes on the lower realm. If he can conquer this world community, his strength and cultivation speed will reach another level. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. This man was already ambitious, meaning he wouldn't have to do much to convince or influence him to set his sights on the entire endless void. He will set his fangs on everyone else as long as he has the power. Once he begins his conquest, he will do whatever is necessary to reduce casualties, because he needs a large population to inject his parasites. So once I defeat him, I won't have to worry about the overall population of the endless void, due to a massive war. He's truly the perfect candidate. Wang Wei smiled before putting things into motion. He created a secret realm in one of the great 1,000 worlds that the Golden God was invading to leave the continent and the armor. Afterward, he took a little stroll into the Golden God's heavenly abode. Gold hair, gold eyes, fair skin, and golden armor. If not for certain features, I would have thought this man was white, commented Wang Wei before taking a little stroll into this man's mind to get his emperor scripture. He did not have a true mind-reading ability like Yan Liling, so he had to be careful not to be discovered. However, the vast difference in their spiritual powers and understanding of the soul made the process relatively easy. The only trouble was all the faith did give the Golden God extraordinary senses, so Wang Wei still needed to be careful. True Golden Path? This man truly has the highest ego. Let's just call you Incense Parasite Scripture. After getting what he wanted, he secretly raided the Golden God's library since he had collected all the techniques of this world before leaving. After returning home, Wang Wei did not immediately enter cultivation to focus on entering the taboo realm. He paid attention to his pawn to ensure nothing unexpected occurred in the early stages. So, while observing, he also read and understood the new technique he received. Things proceeded smoothly at first. Someone discovered the armor and gifted it to the Golden God, and after trying it on, he discovered the unimaginable power it granted him. The Golden God immediately felt he had a sense of purpose, and acted without reservation. With his absolute strength close to current Wang Wei, he suppressed all worlds in his community with a wave of his palm before forcefully ensnaring them with the faith parasite. Then, trillions upon trillions of sentient beings across billions of worlds began to worship this man. He smiled brilliantly, but this was not the end. In less than a minute, he did the same thing for the next 10 world communities closest to him, including capturing the emperors of those realms. Damn this idiot, Wang Wei muttered when he realized this bastard was not going to stop. So he had to influence him to be careful, and be more low-key in case he's detected in advance and someone schemes against him. Power truly corrupts, Wang Wei sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.